Alright, good afternoon or good evening, whichever you. For me, it's right smack in the middle. It's late afternoon, early evening. It's 5 p.m. and I'm in sunny New Jersey. Gee, 2 days of sun. Of course, tomorrow's supposed to get warm and rainy, but the weekend was sunny. Not that I want to be outside in it. My car still got ice on it to wait for that to melt off. But I'm awake tonight, which is more than I can say for last night. It was quite a struggle. Though I hung in here for about 4 hours for finally giving up. Did my video when it finally ended, and then I went to bed and slept off and on most of the night, and yesterday, early this morning, I woke up and found my BiPAP mask was off, which I'm not sure what happened. Obviously, I couldn't breathe because it was off. I know I need a replacement piece that I'm waiting for, and it must have gotten to the point when I was sleeping that it was affecting my breathing, so the mask was off. That's what happened before. And so I'm waiting on a piece to replace that. So hopefully I won't keep waking up without the mask. I mean, I put the mask back on and it stayed on the next time. So I guess I didn't have the same issue. I hope. I mean, it's scary enough to know that you stop breathing all the time without having to worry about your mask possibly cutting off your air. I almost forgot. I knew I had the stream, but I was on YouTube, and as everybody knows, when you start getting involved in videos, you start losing track of time. And I realized I missed one live stream I had wanted to go to. I mean, my aide was here for a good bit of this. I wouldn't have gotten too much of it anyhow, but I got there for the very end to say, I'm here. They're getting ready they were on their last sprint at the time, little short sprint to end the night with. So, I said, whoops. I looked at the clock. I thought, I better get back over here because it's like a minute before I'm supposed to start. Now, hopefully everything is on mute. Nothing's going to start suddenly playing. But I have had cases where I thought everything was muted and they started playing on me. So I turned the video off. No, I just muted the video and I clicked on it to stop it. It didn't. Sometimes it turns the stuff on all by itself. I know suddenly have all the videos because I leave them open. I've got a ton of them open up there. I don't even know what they're all for. Okay, so I can shut that one down. And shut that one. Oh, I just got to shut them down. All right. The other two, I don't want. Well, one's me, so if I have to go and click a link, I can. And the other one is the one I was watching that I had to turn off. Let's see, mine, make sure I got it on. It's on mute. Okay, so it's not going to suddenly start. Shouldn't suddenly start. It says I have 2 watching. So maybe somebody will join me shortly here. Unfortunately, the sun is at the bad part. I've got it pretty muted. It's not glaring, so the whole picture is nothing but sun. But it's hard where it's at. Hi, Emily. Nice to see you. I had a kind of short stream last night. Normally I stream longer than that, but it was still 4 hours, so it wasn't that short. Compared to most people who only do 2-hour sprints. But I usually do much longer than that. But I was really tired last night. And I have one blog post I have to do, and then I can dive into these beta readers that I've got, all these that are piling up, and I keep wanting to ignore, but I know I have to do them. I asked for them, I got them. I have to do something with them. Can't just ignore them. Also, I need to move forward with the story so I can move into the next story that goes in order, pretty much. Not standalone. I mean, I don't know. It probably won't be standalone. It'll be more like it to read in order. So part 1 is in beta reader, and it needs to be hooked to part 2, and then I can start writing part 2. Part 2 is actually part of the story I'm writing in my blog in pieces using prompts, daily prompts. So another new piece every day. Sometimes though I wait and do a couple at a time because I get behind in my blog. But I've been trying to make sure I do each day, so I have each piece. So today's is sitting there waiting for me. I have to go get to see what 3 words I get to use. Hi, Megan. How are you? Enjoying your book still? My hips are dry. A little bit. Need chapped lips. The hair's off to the side. I got tired of it in my eyes. Well, that's good. I'm glad. There's so many books to read. I don't even know which one to start with. Every time somebody suggests a book, I put it on a thing, and then I go to Amazon and order it. It's like, oh, great. Here's another book. Now read them. That would help. I do have Anatomy and Prose. I probably should, since I've had so many people recommend that book, probably should get reading that one. Had a lot of reviews I've read on it that are all good, so. I gotta remember. Thing is, it's sometimes they're Kindle. I rarely get the paperbacks because I don't have time. I don't have the place to store them. So most of mine are on Kindle, but if they're Kindle Unlimited, then you don't have you have the book until you finish it, and then to get another book, you have to, release it. So some are on regular Kindle where I paid for them, and some of them are Kindle Unlimited, which means I have to read them, which means I have to take notes as I'm reading because I'm not going to be able to keep it. I won't be able to go back to it without taking it out again. It's kind of like a lending library sort of deal. You're not buying the books on that Kindle Unlimited. You're getting the use of 10 at a time, and then you have to let them go to get new ones. It's kind of like a lending library. Whatever's on Kindle Unlimited, of course. So it's like, and then I have some that are on Audible. So I have to remember where all these books are. There's some I can read on my computer, some I have to use the Kindle, some I use my phone. There's just some on the phone, which is great for when I end up in the hospital, I have something I can read. And I just bought a long cord, an extension cord. Hopefully it actually charges. It's definitely longer than my regular cord. Yeah. See, when I started the Kindle Unlimited, I didn't realize that. And I thought by unlimited, they meant unlimited, and they were yours. And it turns out that no, you get 10 total. And yeah, it's unlimited if you read it frequently. If you read frequently and turn them back in, you can get more. So it's unlimited in that way. But if you want to hold on to it for whatever, you can't. Unless you're going to, pay every month for holding on to books, which is kind of silly, and which is what I'm doing right now. I got to start reading some of them. I got a lot of them started, but I just haven't finished anything. Because I have Abigail Ford's second book, and I'm partway into that, and that's on the Kindle Unlimited. So I know I have to finish reading that. And there's a couple others I started. But the thing is, I'm starting them, I'm not finishing them, and I can't release them until I finish them. So I'm stuck with 10 books in total, and so it's a little misleading by unlimited. It's not really unlimited. It's unlimited as long as you read frequently. Not so sure it's such a great deal if you don't read. I used to read frequently. Hi, Melanie. Nice to see you. Megan says, yeah, I have a problem with not finishing books either. I have so many books that I started but haven't finished it. Exactly. I do the same thing. And of course, with the Kindle Unlimited, you're paying a monthly fee for those unlimited books. But until you turn one back in, you can't get another one. So, it's like, well, that sucks. Which one don't I want, or do I not want this, or do I want to buy it? I mean, it's like, if I want it bad enough, I'll just have to buy it as a Kindle book, regular Kindle book, and not get it through the unlimited because, like I said, unless you read a lot and finish it. Melanie also has a problem with unfinished books. Oh, Melanie says, I'm so grateful for the stream. I've been procrastinating on my continuity editors because editing is hard. Yeah, editing is hard from my point of view. I can't even imagine if I was doing as many as you do in your business as well as your own. I don't get many paperbacks anymore because I don't have the room for them. So I thought that Kindle Unlimited sounded great until I found out that they limit you to 10 each month. So you pay the fee, whatever the fee is. I don't even know at this point. And you can't get another book until you turn one of them in. It's like a lending library almost. So, you might be getting a Kindle book, but you're not keeping it. Well, you can, but you're paying every month for that. So I guess if you stop that membership, all those books probably go away. So if you're in the middle of something, you lose out on whatever you're in the middle of. It's kind of hard to keep track of what books I have too. Melanie says that editing for others is easier than editing for myself. I bet it is. It's like when I was a kid, I used to like to do house cleaning for my friend, but I hated it at home. And so my mom says, why will you go over there and clean, but not clean here where you're supposed to be? But it was like that with everybody. Everybody liked doing it somewhere else, not at home. So I think that is the same kind of theory with editing. It's easier to do it for somebody else than it is to do your own. Megan's in the editing party right now too. Yeah, I've been putting it off, and it's like I got a few more of the beta reader things back, and it's like, come on, you have to do this. You can't keep putting it off forever. Hi, Greg. Yeah, the party started without you today. You're not first. says, hey, Greg, doing great. We finally saw Tom Sober 32 here in Cleveland for the first time since February 5th. It was wonderful. Hope you're doing well. I vaguely remember seeing an email, but I don't think I read it. Bad me. I have a bad problem with email. I see it, and unless I have the time to deal with it right then, I tend to put it off, and then the hundreds of emails behind it push it further down. So at this, I have to go back and find that email and read it. So I'll have to go back and get it. I do remember seeing it, though. Now, we're supposed to get warmer temps tomorrow, but we're also supposed to have rain, which figures. It's going to be nice. It was sunny all weekend. This is the first we've seen sun in a while. But, of course, it's going to get... First, it was supposed to be another snowstorm. They did change it to rain, though, thankfully. I hope they're right. And that they don't really mean it's supposed to be a snowstorm. I didn't look at it today. Not sure what they were saying. Just rain. Just rain. Beginning of the week, they had it snow. Let's see here. Weather. 100% rain tomorrow, 41 degrees. So that's, like I said, warmer, but rain. When's the rain supposed to start? 10 in the morning is supposed to start. Oh, happy day. I mean, my car probably would be, there was still ice on my car today. The aide told me when she came in. So I'm not going anywhere. Well, as long as there's ice and stuff out there, I'm not going anywhere. I have to make a couple appointments, so. And I hate dealing with rain, too, because it's not like I can just run to my car and hop in. I've got the walker to worry about, getting the walker in the car. It's awkward. It gets me muddy. And if it's icy, it's very hard to walk. Keep my balance and try to balance with the walker at the same time. I usually don't. That's why I called Friday and said, look, there's ice out there. I am not going anywhere because I have a walker. It's just not happening. She's like, okay, I'll put you cancel for weather. And they were closed the day before, but they were on the snow day. They were open on the ice day. Makes sense, right? Really makes sense. All right. So that's what. All right. Well, we got quite a group in here today. So we should start a sprint. So what is selling? Melanie says, yeah, we're going over the rain, the snow transition tomorrow as well. So long as it doesn't happen in the evening when I have to pick up my Walmart order, I'll be fine. Oh boy. That ought to be a mess. The rain is messy enough. Melanie says to Megan, why do we do this to ourselves? I love my novel and the story that I'm continuously improving upon. I'm just ready to be done with this first book. Yeah, number one, that's what I'm struggling with now. And it's not as easy as I thought, as I'm finding out as time goes on. And now I'm in this stage, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I thought just editing myself was bad enough without everybody else's comments on things that I didn't even know or think about when I was writing it. Sounded great to me. It's like, oh, gee, they're right. That's why I need a fresh pair of eyes on it. Sometimes you don't notice things. So I haven't started the rewriting part yet. The things that were easy to fix, I fix as I go along. With the stuff that requires rewriting, I just notate it. And I'll have to go back and figure out what I'm going to do. Plus, I have to combine I need a connection between book 1 and book 2. And considering the kind of mystery I want to do, I want to do a mystery. It's sort of a series of mysteries, like those ones where, they're all about one little town and everybody knows everybody. You get to know the town and everything. That's what I'm kind of looking for. That's what I love to read. So Melanie says to me, there's no rush in reading, responding to my email. I just want to make sure you received it. Yes, I did receive it. And I was going to read it. And like I said, something intervened. And then, as usual, the hundreds of other emails compiling in, and you tend to end up getting buried by so much junk. And I've tried unsubscribing from a lot of it, but it still comes. And some of these things send 2 or 3 things a day. It's like, come on now. Every day, 2 to 3 times, enough is enough. I want to order from you. I would have ordered from you already. But thank you. I will get to it because it's part of the comments on my story, so I need to get everything together and figure out what it is I have to do. So how about we start with our first sprint of the day. Timer. Setting it for 30 minutes. Oh, Megan likes 25. Forgot. Let me reset that to 25. 25 minutes. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. There we go. All right. Melanie's ready. That's great. All right. I'll see you guys back here in 24 minutes. All right. So I was deep in my piece of the story for today, and I'll be glad when I can put this into a document and start working on it as the part of the book, because I can expand right now and kind of keep it a little bit undersized. I don't want to overwhelm. So, once I get a chance, I'll be able to. So let's see. All right. Where are we? And how did you guys do while we were on sprint? Melanie says, I am ready. Let's do this. Well, hi, Courtney. Courtney's here. Great to see you. Melanie says, hi, Courtney. Courtney, so good to see you. Melanie says, okay, I don't know why I was stressing myself out over these continuity edits. They're not errors that I need to fix. They're notes for moments in later books within the series. Well, that's cool. No, yeah. Notes from, that's what something I need to do, is try to keep a sort of journal with notes for future books in the series and things I want to make sure I include, anything that pops into my head so I don't forget it, because I'm trying to keep all this in there. So that's a great idea, and I need to do that. I just have to figure out how I want to do it and set it up, whether it's going to be a Word document, hand notebook, whatever I decide to do. So that's something, thank you for reminding me, Melanie, that I need to keep, since I'm planning on trying to do this as a series, and I'm going to be taking a bunch of I'm going to go back through all my old nano projects and see if there's anything that I might be able to convert into a book for this, and maybe give it a new life and maybe finish it. So yeah, that's what I need to make notes for future books that I plan to put in the series. So that's a good idea. Thanks, Melanie. Melanie says, I can move on to formatting. Happy dance. I think that's probably sarcastic, but okay. Megan says, I was on Twitter and eating a snack. Snack. I have to eat shortly, because I eat in the middle of the day, because that's when my aide was here. So that's when I ate. So yeah, shortly I will need a snack. Twitter, I understand that. I got on that the other night. I'm like, what are you doing? Melanie says, I was on Twitter too. I wasn't on Twitter this time. I was actually writing. I really, really, really was writing. Greg says he did 139 words. That's good. I know you were struggling with this yesterday. So, good job. Melanie says, no, not sarcastic at all. I'm excited. Oh, okay, great. Some people enjoy editing. I mean, I guess you would have to if that's what you do for a living, right? That's kind of part of your job description, from what I understand from what we've talked about. I'll get it. Melanie says, this is my first completed novel project. It's technically a novella because it's under 40K, but still it's done. Gotcha. That's great. Wonderful. Mine is 52,000. I thought was a novella. And Charlie Dorsey says, no, that's considered a book. And so I started looking it up, and they said, yeah, anything from 50,000 is definitely a book. Even though it's a small book, it's still a book. So mine's still considered a novel. Unless, of course, I cut more of it out. But I don't expect to cut too much out. Then again, I don't know, because I really don't know. Without looking at the whole thing and all the notes I get, I'm not sure how much I'm taking out of it, of course. But then it will still be stuff to add. So hopefully that'll equal out in the end. But that's great. Your first one. Yay. This is my first one too. So I know when I first typed the end the first time was like super exciting, because the first time I ever ended, aside from short stories, it's the first time of any length. So I actually put the end on, and it was like a story, and I'm like super happy. Melanie says 50K is standard. Yeah, I thought anything at around 50,000 words would still be considered a novella. I read that somewhere a long time ago, but I guess they've updated their different lengths of books, because I couldn't find any that said it was a novella, and so I said, okay, I guess they changed things. So mine's 52 right at the moment. I haven't done anything else to it, so we'll see what happens at the end. Melanie says, I will say transposing the scenes chapters into Scrivener seems tedious. If you're going from another document into Scrivener, I guess it would be. I haven't learned Scrivener yet. I haven't learned it yet. And if I start either taking all my old stuff and putting it into Scrivener, then I would run into the problem of putting it all in the Scrivener. Or I don't know. Right now, I'm used to using Word, and I haven't had time to learn Scrivener. And I don't know. Not sure what I want to do exactly. I have it though. I can certainly learn how to use it and use it. I know a lot of people love it because they can put like the stuff like I made like a story Bible for in Excel. They can put a lot of that stuff into Scrivener. So Melanie says, totally random. There's at least a dozen buzzards circling around the neighborhood across the street from my apartment building. Something's dead over there. Yeah, most likely. Hopefully not a person. Most likely an animal of some sort. Oh dear. Better not be a person. Can you imagine that? I mean, something like that. I'm writing mysteries, so people are dying. They're murder mysteries. You can imagine as one of the sentences being, walking out my window and there's buzzards circling around over there. I wonder what's going on. Oh no, it was a murder. So, how about the rest of you? Anybody else get anything? We had like Emily and Courtney, unless they just popped in and said hello. I'm not sure. Melanie said, hopefully not a person. You know you're a mystery writer when, yeah, exactly. The first thing that comes to mind is the person. That's what came into my mind when you said there was buzzards. Melanie said, oh, bodies are found all the time around here, especially in the metro parks. Oh my gosh. Thankfully, I don't live in an area that's got a lot of dead bodies. I'm just in a little town. There may be murders. I mean, I guess there's murders everywhere, no matter how small the town is. But I pretty much live in a small town. Which is why I kind of like want to write my mystery series to be a small town mystery. Everybody, though I don't know everybody here. I mean, it's not that kind. I always read about them and get so jealous of people who live like that and how wonderful it would be to live in a situation like that. But I've never, even in all these small towns I've lived in, never had that same feeling that, that are in the books. And I don't know if it's really real or if it's really just made up for the books, or are they really, I mean, I see it like, especially in the South, the small southern towns. Water. Oh, and I didn't take my water bottle today either. Oh, goody. I'll have to do that. Melanie says, my husband and I are looking to move to a quieter neighborhood about 30 minutes south of where we are now. It will put him closer to his job and it's off the main road. Yeah. I we still have highways in the area I live in. You know, I don't know how far away. They're pretty close. To get to a lot of things, you have to travel on semi-highways, and then of course there's a couple really large highways. I'm not far from Philly, although I'm not in Pennsylvania. I'm just over the bridge, not very far. Though I'm a little bit further away than I was. My dad's house where I lived was a lot closer to Philly than I am. But there's still a lot of bigger highways there, which I don't have to travel on as much now that I've moved a little bit further away from it. My doctors are in this area, so it's not as, I try to keep from traveling up there if I don't have to. Melanie says our lease is up in August, and I'm so excited for the change. We all have been here for 3 years as of June, and we need more amenities like a dishwasher and in-suite washer dryer. Dishwasher. I've always been the dishwasher. My dad had a dishwasher, but it rarely got run because it was like hardly anybody used any dishes. So they would sit in the dishwasher for a week or so before the dishwasher ran, you know. So most of the times it was like you can't leave your stuff sitting in the sink. And if you were going to use it before a week was up, when you ran it like once a week, then you might as well just wash your dishes. So yeah, I haven't really had a dishwasher. That would certainly be a neat amenity to have. And a washer dryer. I'm in an apartment building now that has 4 washers and 4 dryers for 100 apartments. And it's only open a few hours every day. I don't know how people have to be taking their laundry to the laundromat. My aide does it, so she takes it home and does it at her home because she's not here during the few hours it's open. Greg says bodies are found all the time. Question mark. Is that because of wild animals, or is it more like a war zone over there? Melanie says, well, I live in the suburbs of Cleveland. If that tells you anything, he's over in Ireland. So probably a different way of living completely. Melanie says down in Columbus, a body or 2 will be pulled from one of the rivers every 2 to 3 years. Yeah, I'm close to Philly, so and I'm close to Camden, New Jersey, and Camden is one of our really bad spots. Bodies all the time. Greg says I am not from Cleveland, so that really tells me nothing. Is it a very rough area, or does wildlife make life difficult? Yeah, see, he's from Ireland. Cleveland is a huge city. Well, compared to maybe not New York, it may not be as big. I don't know if it's as big a city as New York City is. But again, he's from another country, yeah. So just it's a high crime area. That probably gives you a pretty good idea. It probably gives you more of an idea of what she's trying to say. It's a high crime area. That's like I said, Camden. Camden's one of our well-known places. Newark is another well-known place for crime. They're big cities with, and it's funny, I mean, Camden isn't really a big city, but it is a high crime area. Very bad. Melanie says, I technically live in Parma Heights, but I'm close enough to Cleveland. It's easier to say I'm from Cleveland than describing Parma Heights to those who've never heard of it. Yeah. So Parma Heights is probably kind of like a suburb to Cleveland, I guess you would say. I don't know how far out from the city they consider it to be a suburb. I like the country area. Now, for a while, when I was married, we lived on a lake. There's a lot of woods around us. It was a beautiful lake. I didn't like living in the woods, though. I was afraid. But when we left, got divorced and left, um, it was being built up. Those woods were disappearing rapidly. Houses were appearing. They were putting in, a lot of houses. So that whole area we had while living there, of it being a pretty fairly deserted. That's what I want. Deserted area. That was disappearing rapidly. They were moving in on us, so we didn't have all that land of forest around us. You still have the pretty lake in the front yard. If you didn't look at the backyard and see the houses coming up on you, you could look out the front yard and say, wow, it's so pretty out here. But we had one house that was almost on top of us. The other one was further away, and there were woods in between us. And we were trying to we thought we had bought that property, and the lawyer didn't do the right paperwork. And when we tried to sell the property, we weren't allowed to sell that piece because it wasn't technically ours, even though we paid a lawyer for, supposedly a deal to buy the house. And not the house, there's no house, it was all woods. We wanted to keep it that way because that left all that space between us. So when I don't know what ended up happening because my ex-husband just dealt with that. I didn't have any part of it. Just stayed out of the whole mess. So let him deal with the whole thing and stayed out of it. So, yeah. All right. So it is technically a suburb. It's always sad to see the trees get taken down, yet people get mad when deer eat their precious flowers. King can't win either way. To be honest, I'm probably going to lie down for a bit during this next sprint. That's okay. I don't mind. Whatever you want to do on the sprint is up to you. Melanie says, now that I'm done with the novel until I have to format, I can relax a little. Yay. Yep. Take advantage of the time and relax and rejoice, and I'm happy for you. All right, so let's have another sprint. Set it for 25 minutes. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. See you all in 24 minutes. Okay, so I finished the story for my blog. So that's done. And then I got logged in. Went to email to look for my one from Melanie and came across one from my bank about having to change my password. So I have been trying to change my password into something different. And I hate making up passwords. And all mine are so similar because I hate fighting with it. And so this time I did a different one. It's going to be hard for me to keep straight even. But I have Face ID enabled on my phone. I have it hopefully saved on my computer. So hopefully I won't have to deal with that all. So let's see where we are going. Okay. Here's where we are. Let me know how you did. Melanie says, thanks so much for your support, and I'll be back in a bit. Oh, you're so welcome, Melanie. Definitely got my support. No problem. And La Monique is here. Hello. I'm in a much better space than I was last night. I was super, super tired, and I know it showed. So I'm in a much better place tonight. Thank God. So that was, I think, the second sprint. So how did you guys do? Changing passwords. Wow. I have to write them down. There's no way. I don't know how they think people can actually remember hundreds of passwords. I mean, how many things do we log into every day that need passwords? They really think we can remember all these passwords? I really don't understand. Really don't understand what they think. Megan says, I was on Tumblr this time. I'm avoiding editing. Well, I'm in the same boat. I understand the avoiding editing thing. As you know, I have been avoiding the beta reader editing that I know I have to do. And I've been finding things to do that are still constructive, just not what I'm supposed to be doing right now. So I keep putting off the editing because I know I don't want to do it either. So I certainly understand that. Definitely understand that. And I see we have somebody new here. Stephanie, nice to meet you. My name is Tessa. This is my channel. And that was, I think, our second sprint. Stephanie was able to type up the poem she wrote by hand earlier. You know, that's funny. It's the one thing I do write by hand is poems. I usually type everything else, but for some reason, poems I usually write out. Even the little haikus that I write that I can pop out in no time at all, I usually write them by hand. But I don't write very much else by hand. But okay, nice to meet you. And we're a pretty likable group. Everybody's kind of grown together as a little family, I like to say. So, yeah. Okay, so well, thank you. Stephanie says yes, the same, unless I'm stuck on a scene. Yeah, I had a handwrite when I was in the hospital, and I tried. And I tried, and I thought, this is crazy. I'm used to hitting the delete button when there's a mistake. If I don't like something, I can just delete the whole thing out. It's like crossing things out and trying to write new things in. And like, oh, I hate writing. But it basically just Poetry, yeah. Poetry, for some reason, I do by hand, but everything else is got to be on the computer. So, okay. Greg says, I did more editing, writing during the sprint. Cool. I know you were struggling with that chapter, and you got a little bit more done. And at this point, a little bit is a big accomplishment, right? When you're stuck like that, sometimes just a few words is hard. Stephanie says, writing in the hospital is the worst. I personally couldn't do it when I was there. I gave up. I had my daughter bring me, one of the big writing tablets and some, pens and stuff, and I tried it. I made some notes, and that's basically what it ended up being, was just if something popped in my mind, I write down a note. But I tried writing. I didn't have what I had to look back at, so there were things I couldn't remember. And it was just like, this is too difficult. And yeah, when in the hospital, it's hard to do anything when you're in the hospital, especially if you're not feeling well to begin with, depending on what you're there for and whatnot. I was in so many times last year, it wasn't funny. I lost a lot of writing time. I just barely finished writing NaNoWriMo. I hit my 50,000 words, and I think it was like the next day or two after that, I ended up back in the hospital again. So it's like, oh gosh, here we go again. But I did finish my nano. I got my little certificate. I made it, luckily, just before I went back in the hospital again. So I didn't waste that whole month writing all that stuff. I don't even have it, be able to take it, accomplishment for it. But I did make it. Greg says that chapter is taking shape. I think the first third of that chapter is pretty much done. That's good. I know you've been struggling with this one. And Stephanie says, amen. And Stephanie says, oh, that sucks. I was there for 2 weeks and it was the worst. Nice job finishing NaNoWriMo, though. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was lucky. That stay was a week and a half. I had a 6-week stay. That was the hardest because I had no access to my computer, had, little bit of access on my phone, really couldn't do much. And like I said, I tried writing on a tablet, and I'm like, this is not working. I gave up. I wrote a couple poems and stuff like that, but I gave up on the story. Figure it's not going to work. Greg says, time for a snack. Writing does take a lot of calories. Hey, I agree. I don't know if it's all that, brain matter working or what, but yep. Stephanie agrees with Greg. True story. How about the rest of you? I know there were a few more of you here. Anybody else get anything accomplished? Or are we all shy tonight? I mean, if you didn't do anything, you can just write you didn't do anything. It doesn't bother me. I know some people might get like super crazy about that kind of stuff. Greg says, definitely the brain matter working. I stick to that explanation. There, I did something good for the day. Yes, it's all that brain matter moving around trying to think. Pakistan Army videos. Hi everyone, here again. Hope all are in their very best. Okay, well, welcome to my channel. I'm not exactly sure if you've been here before or not. But thank you. Hope you're well too. Emily says, started reorganizing my books, but didn't really accomplish much. You started, and then you let your brain matter rest. We're going to go with brain matter. It takes a lot of calories to keep that brain matter going. You might need a snack. I'm certainly thinking about snacking. Reorganizing books, yeah. I never could figure out how I wanted them organized. I don't have many now because my kids told me, Mom, quit buying the books. We're not moving them anymore. So I had like 15 boxes of books and I had to get rid of them. And now I just have a few. Probably still too many. They'll probably still yell at me if we have to move them again. But hopefully I don't have to move again. That the next time I move will be into the nursing home. And that'll be just get rid of everything. You won't be worried about reorganizing, packing to go. It'll be out of here. Because once you go to a nursing home, you don't have room for all that stuff. Greg says, starting is a big accomplishment. Many people don't make it that far, to Emily. That's true. You can think about it and think about it. Like I keep saying, I should organize mine. Hi, Elian. Okay. I was wondering if that was you or not, but I wasn't going to out you just in case. I just swept with it. But I'm glad to know that that was you. Everyone here knows you as Allion, so you should stick with Allion, so we know who you are. There may be a few people here you haven't met. We have a few new people, but there's a lot of people that, of course, have been here, all the time and know who you are. So, as we were just talking about, starting being a big accomplishment because Emily started reorganizing her books and said she didn't make it far. And no, it was more the Pakistan that caught me. I know you're supposed to be, according to your profile, from Pakistan. The little emoji things, I can't even see what they are. I really don't know what they are. I can't even see. I think the one at the end, you're smiling, but I can't tell for sure. And it's too tiny. I can't really tell. I don't know what. Let's see. Can I see it better up here? Well, it looks like a person, at least up here. Superman. Ah, okay. Never would have guessed it. All right. Back up here. I skipped over Emily's. I suppose that's true to brag. Though the bigger accomplishment will be seen if I ever finish. Yes, you like superheroes. You and Amelia. Amelia's not here at the moment. Usually I say her name and she pops up out of nowhere. But I do have books and I got them, like, they're spread out all over the place. Like, instead of being, I have two bookcases and some have a couple books and some of the books are thrown around the apartment. Like, I don't have any, there is no rhyme nor reason to my books at all. And the ones that were on the table, and I think there's at least one on the table right now. Greg says they never saw that comment from Alion's other account in chat. Is that a YouTube glitch or something? Well, it's right here. So between the Pakistan and the fact that it says here again, meaning been here before, I figured it was probably him, but I wasn't going to out him if he didn't want to be. No, Amelia's not here. Not yet. She might pop up at any time. She's good at popping up when I say her name. Like she's waiting for me to say it, and then she pops in. You never know for sure with her. It's almost, I've been talking about her a lot, though. She must not be here. She's not popping in this time. Not yet, anyhow. Maybe later. Who knows? At the moment, she's not here. I deleted that. No way how you get that again. Well, it's still in the chat. As you can see, I just put it up there, and I'm looking at it in the chat. So you may have deleted it, but I guess until I click off of it, it might disappear then. But right now, it's up on the screen, so it's not going anywhere. Probably. I don't think it will just... As soon as I click off it, it will most likely disappear. But that was him. So they may not have seen. Maybe it didn't show up on the main screen, but on the screen I'm on a different screen. I can see it. For now, it'll probably disappear eventually. After I get down that far, I'm still. All right, so I deleted that. All right, now let's see. Nope, still there. I don't think it's going to disappear off this screen. It might now off of my main screen. Yeah, so you off the main screen that I see, it's still there. But as far as the YouTube screen, it's not showing. So I just went on my YouTube account. No, it's not there. But it is still on. It's still on my StreamYard chat. So, something new to let you know. If you're going to put something up, it's going to stay there. You can delete it off of your part, but I still get to see it. Megan says StreamYard doesn't recognize deleted tweets. Yeah, so I guess it's the same thing. It's not recognizing the fact that you deleted that comment. It's still there on my screen. It's not on YouTube. But when on my YouTube, I'm on StreamYard chat. So yeah, I can see it. Kate says, hi everyone. I'll be in and out, but hoping to get at least a little writing done. It's been a slow writing month. Hi Kate, nice to see you. It has been a little while. Nice to see you again. Ellen says, Monday, today is the last exam. Hopefully starting your project after this. Also, annual project is pending too, and my personal projects too. So we'll try to complete your projects first. Well, thank you very much. That would be so nice, and I appreciate it very much. And I'm sure Annuel, he's not here yet either, but I'm sure he will appreciate it as well. I know he's waiting. Megan says, sorry, I'm on Twitter and called comments tweets. Oh, okay. Yeah, the comments. Yeah, it's there. It's not going anywhere. Okay. So Emily would like to start another sprint, which is fine with me. So let's get at it. And so we've got a 25-minute setup on the clock. And we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Okay, good. I'm glad you have regular contact with Annuel Allion. All right, we're doing a sprint. And I just had to change the password. Don't go on to do that again. That was my bank. We're making things more secure. Well, that one I won't even remember, most likely, which is why I write them down. I don't care what they say. I can't remember everything. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Well, Monique said she sent me a message on Instagram. All right, I'll be right over there to check it out. Chem calls. Okay. All right. Well, you can go back and read over if you want. I'll go over here and check it out on Instagram. Let's see here. Good thing you told me. Huh. Yeah, it's a good thing you told me because because of where I was when I left off the Instagram, it didn't show me that I had a message. Now there's one showing in my inbox. Okay. All right, great. I got the message. I responded. That sounds wonderful. Can hardly wait to be able to hold it in my hands. Okay, so now we got a little over 20 minutes left of the sprint. I'll be back. Okay. I finally, well, I got something to eat. And then I checked my blood sugar, of course, and it was high. So I had to adjust my insulin level. And then I went looking for Melanie's email that has some corrections for my story. And those look like easy ones that maybe I would like to do right now rather than diving into the rewriting part. So I have that list. It took me a while to get my document open. I don't know why. I must have hit the wrong thing and something else open. I'm like, what am I looking at? Closed it and tried again. So this time it came up. So I got the document open. I got her document open and downloaded and opened. So now next sprint, I can actually start working on the document, which I haven't done in a while. I've really been putting it off. And I know I need to get going on this. So I will, actually be working on my document, which I haven't done in quite a while. And as I said, I've been kind of putting it off and putting it off. So I'm going to get some, even if they're not major things, it's just the little stuff. We'll get the little stuff out of the way, if nothing else. It's a start. Anyhow, how'd you guys do? Let's see here. Melanie says, I'm back. I wound up not napping for long because I was notified my new desk chair was delivered. It's so much more comfy for my back. I'm going to eat dinner, but I'll be back a little later. Yeah, I have to get a new chair too. I keep putting it off. Definitely need one. I'm in a lot of pain, so sitting in an uncomfortable chair is not helping. Emily did 951 words. Very good. Monique says, are you feeling better now? I know the other night you were tired. Yes, I went to bed last night after we ended the broadcast. It was like 9 o'clock. I was only about 4 hours. So about 9 o'clock, I quickly finished up with my video and put it up online. That took a little while still but not as long. Still got an Ethernet cable. Things were a little bit faster than they used to be, which is nice. So got the video up. I was in bed by 10, and I slept off and on till about 2 o'clock this afternoon. I kept waking up because I can't sleep long periods of time. I am sleeping a little longer with the BiPAP machine, but I still don't sleep all that long at one time. So, yeah, I got enough sleep. I'm feeling kind of peppy right now. Probably shouldn't say that. Jinx myself. And Monique says, good job to Emily. And Emily says, thanks to Monique. So, got a couple people reporting back. Oh, yeah, last night was really rough. I was really, I didn't know what to do. I was so tired. I'm like, I can't do this. But it's so early. I didn't want to go to bed at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. No, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter when I sleep. I'm always tired. BA's here. How nice. All right, Kate said, wrote a few sentences, but mostly I organized my notes finally. I'm up to about 20 pages of notes now. I've got notes all over the place, and then I keep rewriting them because I can't find the old notes, and then I rewrite them because I can't find those notes, and it's like, I have a junk pile is basically what I got. I have to go through it and try to keep up with it and finding a new way of recording notes than writing on pieces of scrap paper and leaving them laying everywhere. BA says it's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, a beautiful day for our neighbor. Since we're together, you might as well say, would you be mine? Could you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Hey, you all. Howdy, neighbor. How you doing? Somebody seems like they've been in a little bit into the liquor cabinet. Mom and Lisa said, hubby and son came home and I had to fix some dinner, so no words to really note of. Well, dinner is important. My dinner was in the middle of the day because that's when my aide was here. I'm just eating junk food right at the moment. Something to put in my stomach anyhow. So I forgot I have popcorn now. I can make popcorn. Yeah. Well, I have popcorn in bags, but I have microwave popcorn that I can pop. Movie time. Poppable microwave. I don't think that's the brand, but that's the kind of popcorn. Movie popcorn. I like movie popcorn. Greg said did more editing during the last sprint. Also ate my snack. There we go. Mama nieces laughing out loud at BA Passport. Mr. Rogers was my fave. Wow, it's the Mr. Rogers Neighborhood theme song, and I recognized it. I may be a lot older than you guys, but I remember Mr. Rogers. We watched Mr. Rogers with my kids. So I remember the theme song of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Him and his sweaters. And the little trolley car. I think there was a castle in there somewhere too. But I must admit it's been a while. BA says to Monique, yes, I watched it all the time. Yeah, we watched it all the time in my house because that's what the kids wanted to watch. So we watched it. The one thing that I could not stand, and my husband and I agreed, ex-husband now, but we agreed, no Barney. No Barney the purple dinosaur. And like it was banned in our house. And the kids were like, why can't we watch Barney? No Barney. So we go to a birthday party. The theme of the party is Barney the purple dinosaur. And they had a purple dinosaur, somebody in costume. I'm like, oh no. All this time we've made the kids Barney free. And now we're getting 2 or 3 hours or whatever that party was of Barney. Ugh. No, we did not like Barney. They could watch forgot what it's called. One of the most favorite kids shows. Very common. And it's like out of my head. I want to say Grammar. I know Grammar is the name of that show. School. All right, it's not coming. Now we had a thing. Yeah. He says yes, he had a castle. I thought he did. Mom and he says, oh no, why no party? I don't know. Both of us agreed that we hated that show. We absolutely hated that show. And so they were not allowed to watch it in our house. I don't know what they did at other people's houses, but at our house, they did not watch Barney. And he says, I love you, you love me, we're all happy family. I just seem to follow there. I know that's some part. BA says yes. Love Barney. Well, I'm glad you all love Barney, but I mean, my kids grew up fine without Barney. They did not, did not lack for anything but Barney. I don't know. Something about Barney. On Lamb Chops, that's the song that doesn't end. It just goes on and on, my friend. Some people start singing it's not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because it's the song that does it. It just goes on and on. Yeah, we had a lot of that in the house too. Sesame Street. Boy, I was way off. Sesame Street. That's the show I was thinking of. BA says, with a great big hug and a kiss from me to you, don't you say you love me too. Yeah, we used to watch Lamb Chop. So that was more in my childhood days. Yeah, children's kid shows. Typical stuff. Oh, I said don't. I didn't know what it was. Don't you say, won't you say you love me too? Oh, okay. Eventually, I used to have to stop the never-ending song. I was like, okay, it's enough now. Enough. I've heard it enough. Can only tolerate so much. Yeah. As parents, we had to tolerate a lot of stuff. Sometimes we had to put limits. PBS was great back in the day. My dad was hooked on PBS because he liked Lawrence Welk. And I always knew I lived there for 14 years. And while my mom was alive, of course, they watched it together because that was one of their favorite shows. And then after she passed, he continued watching Lawrence Welk. So I always knew where he was going to be. I think it was Saturday night at 7. Might have been Sundays too. I don't remember. And I always knew where he was going to be at a certain time because he didn't miss Lawrence Welk. I mean, the same shows that had been going for, hold on. They went for quite a while, but they were all pretty old shows. And they had like either some of the people as they grew older co-hosted a special, and then they would play parts of the Lawrence Welk show. They had a lot of the co-hosts that were on there, a lot of the people who were visiting acts on there. And sometimes I sat there and listened. I mean, a lot of the songs, I of course knew them. I was that in between, even though the songs were mostly their generation. I was still young enough to have, at the time, or old enough to have heard them. My kids would look at it and say, what? But I mean, being as I'm almost 65, a lot of those songs, of course, I knew. They weren't totally unknown. So sometimes I sat there and watched it with them. But it's not exactly my kind of music for the long run. I didn't mind watching it every now and then. Now we talked about children's shows. Did anyone else get anything done during that sprint? Ooh. My favorite part of Sesame Street was Mr. Snuffleupagus. I thought he was neat. I know now, I've seen them occasionally with the grandkids, that they're starting to teach them Spanish and stuff, which is good, and they teach them sign language. Another good thing, that the kids are learning sign language at a young age, so these little ones are able to, things like food and stuff like that, wanting more, wanting water. And it was the first time I saw my grandson, who was very young, and he's did something with his hands, and his mom went and got him something. I'm like, what just happened here? And she told me how they were learning sign language, that they found that it's easier to teach them at that age, and then they're able to communicate a little bit. So that was a great idea, teaching them sign language like that, because he wasn't very old, and he couldn't say it, but he could sign it. Oh, darn, I still haven't taken that stupid pill. That means I'm going to be up all night going to the bathroom. I'll take it soon. Keep forgetting. So, yeah, the kid shows, they were great. I watched everything but Barney. I just couldn't get past Barney. Megan says the boyfriend and I put on exfoliating bubble face masks as a couple's activity during the sprint. Hey, that's interesting. Bubble. So what, they make bubbles? Can't say I've ever done one. And that's nice that your boyfriend was willing to do that as an activity. Not too many boyfriends want to have anything to do with that kind of stuff. So kudos to the boyfriend. I think that's nice. Megan says also, what did I miss about lamb chops? I love lamb chops. They were talking about the TV show Lamb Chops with Sherry. What was her last name? Sherry Lewis with the puppets, Lamb Chops. We were talking about children's shows. That was just one of them. Mom Minnie says, I was just throwing out childhood songs and shows to Megan McCarthy. Megan says, oh, nice. Author says, that's too cute at Megan McCarthy. Yeah, not too many boyfriends would do that for a girlfriend, no matter what. So, sounds like a keeper there. You get one that would actually cares about doing things together with you. That's great. So check that. Sure, hunters. Oh, okay. we ready for another sprint? Megan says he was curious about why girls do it. And I was buying some for myself. So we bought extra so he could try it out too. He still finds the act largely confusing. uh, I can imagine. But the fact that he was willing to do it with you is good. Because most men wouldn't have. Mine would have given me the, you gotta be kidding me, forget it, get away from me. That would have been his response, you know. If it didn't fall into the category of being a him thing, you know, it had to be, everything had to be for him. The world revolved around him. He'd ask me what I want to do, and if it had nothing to do with anything he wanted to do, I said, why do you even bother asking me? You know, we're not going to do it because you're just going to say no. So why do you even bother asking me? Because it just makes me mad all over again. He always did it though. And then he would say, I said, what do you want for dinner? Oh, anything you want's fine. I knew it was going to be an argument. No matter what I made, it was going to be an argument. So I'd make something. Always always on his list of acceptable meals. I'd make it. And he'd say, what'd you make that for? I said, you told me to make what I wanted. Well, I don't want that. Then you should have told me what you wanted when I asked you what you wanted. Honestly. He did that to me all the time. It wouldn't matter what I made. It could have been his favorite meal. It could have been the meal he asked for last time and didn't get. It would always be the wrong meal. It didn't matter. No matter what I did, it was wrong. Couldn't do anything. Could not do anything. It was always wrong. So, if we got an invitation to a wedding, if he didn't know the person, well, he wouldn't go. So, you know, it was, you know, my friend and I would like to go as a couple. He's like, I'm not going. I don't know anybody there. I'm not going. So that there's my mom to come to the wedding with me. Because they, you know, my mom knew them. We grew up together as friends and whatnot. So my mom ended up going to weddings with me. My darling husband would not go because he wouldn't know anybody. He made friends easy. I don't know what his big problem was. But he was always like that. But I'm not turning this into a what's wrong with him act. He gets too much attention as it is. Screw him. Now, how about we do another sprint? Now that I got something I can work on, I got my list of corrections I can start working on my document. I'm actually going to do some work on my document. Can't believe it. So let's start another sprint. All right, timer. Set it for 25 minutes. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. There we are. I will see you in 24 minutes. Okay, so I started working on my editing. And I have the document that Melanie sent me. And I did have a few changes since I wrote the original story, because other people have given me suggestions. And it was also brought up by a few people that read my story that the fact that she had 2 jobs and she was also a doctor seemed a little bit too much, like, not necessary that she would need a second job. But that makes sense. So now I'm trying to Google again, salaries, ideas. Maybe I should drop her to a nurse, because I wanted to have 2 jobs. The whole idea, and it's based on this second job being necessary. And it's a fancy restaurant. So it's going to be more than just a diner, which in a few spots they kind of referred to it as a diner. And really it's not. It's a fancy French restaurant. So there's some rethinking that has to be done there. And that's right in the beginning. So I haven't gotten too far. Now I'm busy, trying to figure out whether I need to revise this and make her a nurse rather than a doctor, so that the 2 jobs seem, because they're living a high lifestyle. He has a small computer business. So, of course, the requirement, I should say, that she, pay for half of everything in their marriage, because he doesn't really have a lot of money, and he counts on the wife having a good, salary to cover all these expensive habits he has, like sailing and having a brand new house built on the beach. Those kind of things are expensive. I'm trying to figure out, though, whether she needs to be, because salaries of doctors are quite high. So perhaps it needs to be more like she's a nurse and she needs that second job. Trying to take in the comments of the people that have been kind enough to read this for me. Okay. So Alian popped on and said, hey, okay. I think he was talking to Megan about that. Dominique says, I'm going to take a break. It's a little hard for me to focus tonight, but I did get in about 300 words. Talk to you soon. I may check in later. Okay. Well, if I don't see you later, see you next time. Good job on the words. Greg said, did a bit of editing and removed more words than I wrote. Writing a chapter always takes longer than I estimate. Yeah, well, sometimes I don't even try to estimate. I just write. But I wouldn't know what to estimate how long a chapter would take. I mean, initially, if I'm just writing, I'm running through it like a quick draft. I'm really, don't expect it to take long. It's the editing part that ends up where you actually start to analyze what you've written and start changing things. And then when, like you say, you take things out, but you don't put that much back in. And that happens sometimes too. And sometimes it happens the other way around. So, I don't even know how you guess how long a chapter is going to take you to write. Because when I have everything in my head, I don't outline. So it's all in my head. Hi, Jocelyn. It's all in my head. And at that point, I can whip through a chapter because it's all there. I know what I want to write, and it just, it's there. I don't take the time to outline. And so I really don't know how you guess how long something like that is, how you estimate the time. So, I just go with it, and when it's done, it's done, and I go back and I have to edit it. I have to edit it. And editing, sometimes I'll change it 3 or 4 times because I'll get further down and then I'll say, well, maybe that wasn't right. And now, I'm getting all these people with their suggestions. And it's like, well, which do I want this to be? Mine, theirs, that person's, a combination of everybody's. Did, did some things have to be taken out, which, someone pointed out something didn't seem to be in the correct place. I have to think about moving it and where I should move it, or do I need to move it? Can I just delete it? I mean, it's like it's a lot of work. It's a lot of thinking. So yeah. Greg says the doctor, nurse, murderers are always the most unsettling, and those are the people you typically trust with your life. Yeah, well, in this case, the doctor and nurse didn't do the murdering. My main character, the female, I had her as a doctor in the hospital, but she needed a second job because the husband wants a fancy lifestyle, and he can't do it on his small business. He does a decent job, but not for the lifestyle he wants. Sailboats are tremendously expensive. Upkeep and whatnot for a sailboat, besides the cost of buying one. And he wanted to buy one, and of course there was all the upkeep. And then he wanted a brand new house built on, and a good sized house built on the beach, directly on the beach. It's not the ocean, it's the harbor, but it's still a beach house. And it's expensive. So his lifestyle is expensive. So this wife has to make a decent amount of money. So I may have gone overboard by making her a doctor and then saying she needed a second job in a fancy restaurant. That's why I'm thinking maybe I need to make her a nurse. And I'm trying to figure out now, salary-wise, how much of a difference we're talking from, from Google, good old Google. How much of a difference there is in salaries. And she has to have the other job because that job actually is my connection to the next few stories. It's going to connect. So these people need that job to connect them. So I have to keep that part in there. So it means I have to take the other job, the doctor, and maybe make her a nurse. I don't want to make her the janitor. I mean, I could change it completely and not make it a hospital job at all. I mean, it's just, I started this out, and I didn't have a lot of plans. So, it gets a little complicated sometimes. And I may be revising a lot of things. And Jocelyn says, hi. Hi, Jocelyn. How are you feeling today? Besides heavy with child. Oh, man. Heavy with child. Isn't that the term? One of the terms I use. Maybe not in your language, though. Christine she's not feeling well. And she's just in, the first trimester, so she doesn't know if this is going to last because some people go the whole 9 months sick, not just 3 months. And obviously she's not just mourning because she's, she comes here later in the day and she's always sick. So she's not having a very good time of it, and I feel for her. Can't do much about it. It's just something you're going to have to live through. But she's like, I hope this ends at 3 months. And I'm like, it might not. I had some that lasted longer. Sick the whole time. Not as bad as my kid, though. My one daughter, God, she was vomiting the whole 9 months. So they didn't have it that bad. I didn't vomit at all. Thank God. That wasn't one of my problems. But she vomited nonstop with her kids. All of them, I think. She's got 3. The last one, she said, this is it. She's also 41 years old. So, yeah, this is it. So how did everybody else do? I see a few more people have dropped out by the numbers. I'm not sure who all is still here. Greg is here. Monique just left. I think Melanie is getting dinner or something. I'm going through her corrections now. The easy ones. The proofreading, grammar type ones, not, ones that need rewriting, major rewriting, just corrections and little stuff, and that, so I'm doing that now. But a couple of the things have already been changed. So like I get there and I'm like, okay, where is it? And it's like, oh, it must have been one of the things already changed. So I, have to verify whether or not I want to use the suggestion and put it back in, or just not use it completely because I've already taken it out. It really depends. I mean, this is though I'm griping. This is really good help that I needed. But it's not easy. And I'm editing at the same time, so it's like editing hell is a word for a reason. I have to keep Dr. Nurse Murders in my mind because I got like, at least 4 or 5 books already planned, and I'm going to meet a lot of different kinds of murders. So maybe one of them might be helpful further down the line. Not in this one, but maybe in another one. I mean, the one I'm writing on the side in my blog, I'm keeping that as in the blog as just a young adult romance type thing, but I'm taking part of that and moving it into a regular. That'll be book 2. And the mother has that second stroke and dies, but that could be the nurse that was in charge of her killing her. And that would be a doctor-nurse scenario. Because she's under 24-hour nursing care. And maybe not the main nurse, because as I described in my story so far, the main nurse is working with the lawyer to set up all the trust funds for the daughter. She knows nothing about any of this. She thinks they're poor, and she's upset because she can't have a fancy wedding, and didn't know that her mother, before she had her stroke, was a fancy lawyer and made a lot of money and was making, putting together trust funds and stuff. Besides, she was going to marry the boss lawyer, he's the number 1 lawyer in the state. So of course he makes a lot of money. Who knows how? I didn't even look up lawyer salaries yet. He makes a good bit of money, and she was his #1 lawyer. So she, the girl didn't know. They did poorly, so she thought they were poor. And the mother just didn't, she wanted to save the money for her daughter's wedding and schooling. So she had them living simply. To the daughter, she felt like she was living in the slums. It really wasn't. You know how kids are, especially teenage girls, with their clothes and their shoes and all that stuff. I'm not even sure anybody else is here besides you and Greg and me. And Jocelyn, if she's still here. Had a lot of people pop in and say hi, but I guess most of them didn't stay. They keep forgetting to take the thumb pill. I'll have to get water soon, so maybe that'll remind me. Take your water pill. I thought my water container. All right. Well, I'm going to start another stream. Even if I'm basically the only person here besides Greg. I need to get work done, and I'm finally feeling like writing all my stories, so I want to do it. And nobody's responding, so my guess is they're not here anymore. Ah, there's Kate. I was just beginning to wonder if anybody was still here. Kate said I did a bunch of audio editing, which is not my writing project, but it was loads of fun. Oh no, she's editing video again. Oh, audio this time. She's usually auditing, auto, oh boy, editing something, whether it's video or audio. I can't talk. Oh my gosh, can't talk. That's usually what she does. I'm not sure if she's done much writing on my stream. She's usually editing to one or the other or both. Ah, there's Stephanie. She's been cleaning the kitchen. That's a fun job. I have an aide because I'm disabled and I don't do those things anymore. And, I tend to forget how hard that stuff used to be because I don't do it anymore. Of course, I didn't do it a lot when I was able to do it either because I hated it. I only did the barest necessary. I was a terrible housekeeper. My ex-husband always complained. He said, you want something else done, do it yourself. I've done all I intend to do. This is it. I knew he would do it if I didn't do it. I'm pretty smart. he'd bitch and complain, and I would just let him bitch and complain until he got to the point where he finally did it. No skin off my nose. Nah, maybe that makes me a terrible person, but he didn't have to do it. I did it enough as far as I was concerned. It was done. If he wanted more, he could do it. So he'd end up doing something because he wanted more. That's his choice. We didn't live in super filth. It's not like, I may not have been the best housekeeper in the world, but the place wasn't super filthy. I wouldn't want to eat off my floors, but it wasn't that bad. Yeah, I have a tiny kitchen here. Really tiny. I live in a little tiny public housing apartment, and I've got a teeny tiny kitchen and a teeny tiny bathroom, which is in my tiny bedroom. I mean, my living room is maybe the size of not quite the size of a large bedroom. I mean, I've seen bedrooms that are probably 2 or 3 times the size of my living room. My bedroom is like the size of some people's baths. I mean, my bathroom is really tiny. I mean, they put as much as they could in these little spaces to make as much apartments as they could. Oh, there's Emily. Sorry, had to feed the kiddos dinner. Got 1,063 words before that, though. Oh my gosh. Wow. Congratulations. Emily always has high numbers. I mean, if I just typed and didn't fix the errors, I have a bad habit of being a self-correcting as I write person. If I can ignore it and not fix all the errors, I can type like that. But most of the time, I end up getting myself into that mode of, I can't let an error go. I see this error. I have to fix the error. And, don't get many words that way. If I can ignore the errors and just fix them in the editing afterward, then my word count is pretty good. I have a hard time, though, with that. I tend to edit as I go. It's the habit I got into. So good job. If you're getting to wonder, everybody had disappeared. I was getting ready to set another timer. Or another sprint. I'm doing editing of my document right now. Using corrections that I got from someone, one of my beta readers, sent me a separate correction sheet of just, easy corrections, things I can fix easily. Not have to tear the story apart. I still have that part to do. Now, as I'm going along, as always, I'm always in editing mode. Whenever I read my story over to fix something, it seems I'm always changing something. I'm always in editing mode. It's always there, lurking. And, it's like I can't help myself. Constantly fixing stuff and changing stuff around. I mean, sometimes if I, like say I decide, oh, I like the old part better. Well, I don't have the old part anymore. It's not like I keep, saving documents every day or something so I can go back and look. I don't necessarily do that. I had enough trouble remembering to back it up every now and then, so I have a backup copy. Like I really should back this thing up now. I mean, I haven't used it yet in here. I do have the hard drive, the external hard drive. I also was sending them to myself email because my email. Okay. Courtney's back. The other one I wondered what happened to. She's have so much work to do. I'm back. Good. Nice to see you back. People are slowly showing back up. Like everybody disappeared and all of a sudden everybody's coming back again. But I need to, what I usually do is I send attach the copy of my Word file to an email and send it to myself. And that way I have, because I know, the chances of their server going down are probably better than whatever I'm using not going. So at least I'd have something. You learn the hard way. I'm doing backup as much as I used to be. We had a girl at work who did not save her work. And no matter what we did, we could not convince her you have to save your work. And something would happen and she'd lose her work. And we tell her, you have to save your work. So finally the boss got tired of it and he put it on autosave. He says, she's not going to do it. She's going to autosave it because she keeps losing her work. And she'd sit there and scream and curse and have a fit, but she would not save her work. She refused to do it. Just refused to. So he finally put it on autosave. He says, that's it. All right. Because she didn't know enough how to turn it off. Didn't know much about computers. And no matter how many times we told her, you have to back it up because if something happens, you're going to lose everything if you haven't hit save. And she'd lose everything and have to start over. And you'd think she'd learn, but she never did. So he put auto save on hers because she couldn't be trusted to save her work, obviously. Emily says, how do you guys come up with good character names? I need to name a bodyguard and just have no ideas. As far as character names, I wasn't very good at it. And I'm still not super great. But I just changed every name in my story. And so people were telling me how, you got the baby name generators that are out there. And they have fantasy name generators out there. You can also, the thing I ended up doing was going into the U.S. Census, depending on where you're at, of course. In the U.S., the census, they keep the top 100 names of the year in either by year or by every decade. I understand you can do it by year, but I was doing it by the decade. I didn't do it by individual year, but you can Google a certain year in the U.S. Census, and you can Google names like I needed a French name for my French restaurant. So I asked her for French first names and French surnames, and that's how I came up with my character name for the boss of the French restaurant. So you could ask it for specific, nationality names. There's probably other things out there. That's the main way that I did it, and I changed all the names of my characters. Because I went in by the approximate year I was making their age and found out what was the top names of that year. So there are those ways of doing it. All right, Greg is asking you, what's your story, fantasy, which country is the bodyguard from? Similar to like I needed a French name for a French restaurant owner. I would want him to be a true Frenchman, so I was looking for French, both first and last names, and that's what I asked for. You know, French first names and French surnames for the last name, and came up with my owner for my restaurant. So yeah, there are ways of getting those informations from Google and those generators. I haven't used the generators. I know they're out there. I haven't actually used them. Especially fantasy. I understand there's definitely fantasy generators. You know, what year you're in, because that makes a difference in names too. Because I mean, if you put down, you're writing a story about, you know, someone back in the early 1900s and used a name like Kelly and Kaylee and you know, some of these Caitlin, you wouldn't find those names back then. So you would need to find names from the year. All right, let's see here. Emily says, it's fantasy, but I need a name for his alias while he's here on Earth. We would run a name that fits in with the current year that of Earth he's supposed to be here on, for sure. And where is he on Earth? I mean, is it, you know, where's the location? Oh, Greg has an idea here. What about fortis? It's Latin for strong. Kind of like that. And somebody that's looking for an alias name would look for something kind of from an, yeah, Latin would be a great name for looking for names for like a bodyguard who's trying to get an alias. Because you wouldn't want a just normal name if it's a fantasy story. Because even if, you know, he's from another place, he would want to fit in. He would definitely want to fit in with wherever point in time and place in time you are. So Emily says, oh, I like that. That could definitely work. Thanks, Greg. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good choice. I never thought much about naming before this book. So I put all these names in there, and then, you know, people are like, well, you know, try not to duplicate names, try not to use the same letters. And, you know, like, you know, they don't want husband and wife to have the same beginning, you know. I just never thought much. I just, whatever name popped into my head, that's what I used. And it's like, well, you know, you should think about some of these characters weren't born that, you know, they were born earlier in time, certain names weren't available. And that's when they start telling me about using the census. Well, that's if they're in the U.S. I'm in writing for the U.S., so my story's in the U.S., and so that works for me. If you're in another country, you're going to need names for that particular country. I renamed everybody in my book. I just did a complete rename of everybody. So what it started out as is completely different than what it is now. They all have new names. And I had a lot of people that gave me suggestions. Which helped. Then I wrote all down, all the suggestions that I got. I'm going to make a list and put it in my story Bible, list of names. time periods and stuff. So that, because I have a bunch of names still to do for, like, I'm getting ready to put together book 2. The family has 12 kids, so I need, I have to name these kids, plus the father and mother, and other people in the story. But just that one family alone has 12 kids. So, it's like, I don't want to make them too close. But sometimes with kids, like with ours, our 2 girls, and if we have a 3rd girl, we're all going to be K's, starting with K. But we had a boy, so we had a different name, and it didn't start with K. If we had another girl, it was going to start with K, because we were naming our kids all the same beginning letters. So I don't know what we would have done if we had another boy. But since we had enough trouble having one boy, that didn't become an issue. It just kind of happened. I mean, I don't think with 1 and 2, I don't think we necessarily planned for them to be both the same letter. But by that time, they were both the same letter, so we decided to use the same letter for the 3rd one, if we had a 3rd girl. But we didn't have a 3rd girl. We had the boy finally, so it was completely different. And I said I didn't want him to be called a certain name that they called his name. And I told everybody, do not call him that. Don't like it. I hate it. Please don't call him that. There were a couple people who were smart asses that called him that. But for the most part, everybody, we called him the normal nickname for that name. And what does he do? He becomes a teenager and he decides that he likes that name. And he changed it. He had moved away from me to live with his dad at the time. He was living with his dad. New school. So he just changed it. And I went to the first game and I said, they keep talking about this kid. I'm like, who is this? And I'm watching the game and I'm listening to him. I thought, they gotta be talking about my son. But why are they calling him? And I'm like, wouldn't you know, the one name I always said I did not want him called, he changed his name. But it fits him. I mean, it fits him perfectly. But I didn't know that when he was born. When he was born, I was dead set against that name. And it actually fits him. It's not a name that fits a lot of guys. It wouldn't fit every guy. Like some people have names that don't fit. His fits. His fits him good. And it was the one name I didn't want them calling him. But it worked out. So I have to start getting names together for these 12 kids. I got a couple of them so far. All right, well, let's get another sprint started. Timer. We said it's 25 minutes for now. They changed to 30 soon, but for right now it's 25. And we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, I will see you guys in 24 minutes. Okay. I was still researching. So I'm trying to decide whether or not she needs to become a nurse instead of a doctor, for one thing, to make this a little bit more realistic. And nurses' hours, like I currently have her as an 8 to 5 or 8 to 4 nurse. Well, that's not the norm. They usually work 12-hour shifts in the hospital. She's working in a hospital. And so I need to do that, which means I have to change the hours so she actually works at the other place to fit in with her job as a nurse. So I have to rethink that whole part. So where did we get to here? How did everybody else do? I did finally take that stupid water pill. Got another glass of water, and I took the water pill. Now I'm busy running my water through the filter because I have to filter it. I can't drink the water. And it costs too much to keep buying bottles of water. For sure. And we got 1,020 words, which is great. Finished a chapter and revised part of our outline. Great job. Pretty good. Whitney says, I finished my psychology quiz and wrote a reflection for another class. Only one more quiz to go, and then hopefully I will be able to write. There you go. Get into that fun stuff. You got to do the unfun stuff first. Then you'll be able to start writing. Greg says, I got 137 words and more editing. And that's great. I spent, like I said, time looking up. Now I'm looking up the nursing side of this whole thing. And I'm thinking I'm going to have to make her a nurse. I think I'm going to have to take her out of the ER because ER nurses make more than regular floor nurses. But I have to make it so, I mean, if I make her an ER doctor, she's certainly not going to need a second job. And the whole idea of this story is the fact that she has to work 2 jobs in order to fulfill her part of the prenup, which is half of all their expenses. So, and to bring her down. I have to bring her down here. So I'm looking, and she's in a small New Jersey town hospital. It's not going to be very high. So I'm sure the lower level pay levels is what she's making, which will make it more believable that she has to work at another job. And that's a fancy French restaurant, so the pay there varies based on tips. We still have to look that part up. What's the salary for something like that? I know most waitresses in the kind of places I worked at make less than $2 an hour because they rely on tips. And of course, in a low-end place, you're going to have very low tips. But if it's a fancy restaurant, you might make more in tips. BA says, went out for a few minutes to get some things ready for work tomorrow, and now working on my planner. Okay. Good job. What is today? Oh, yeah, it's Sunday. Okay. Yeah, work tomorrow. I lose track of time when I'm not working, so sometimes it's hard to keep track of time for me, which is why sometimes I forget I have live stream scheduled. It's like, did I yesterday? Oh, yeah. I got to see what it's like tomorrow, because it's supposed to be raining and warmer, so most of the ice should fall off my car. So that part shouldn't be an issue. But do I want to drive myself? Plus, I'm getting the second part of my COVID vaccine tomorrow afternoon. And from what everybody's told me, the second one is worse than the first. And there's just a lot of exhaustion and stuff like that. And I'm like, oh, I'm already exhausted. Imagine adding this to the whole thing. Lost the pain in the arm for who knows how many days. I think it was like 3 or 4 days I had pain in my arm. And I mean, it's not the worst pain I've ever had in my arm, but it was painful. The shot itself didn't hurt. The vaccine going in and all that, that didn't. But like the second day, the ache in the arm settled itself in. And it was like, you know, hard to lift the arm because it hurt. And that was like 3 or 4 days. I say this one is worse. I won't know if I actually have it. I'm only going by what other people told me. So that's what I get to do tomorrow. Plus these other things. I have to make all these appointments. But we've been having so much snow, I filled everything off. Now I have to make a bunch of appointments for this week. And tomorrow's supposed to be rainy. I really don't want to drag the walker out in the rain either. Because I get nothing. By the time I get it in my car, which is quite a hassle, I'm usually muddy. Wet, muddy, you know, whole lovely 9 yards. It's supposed to rain tomorrow. Starting tonight, actually. It'll be raining tomorrow. Well, I guess I'm going to have to call early to see. But I have to be home before 2 o'clock so I can get my COVID. I can't miss that. They're coming out here especially to give us that. And I can't miss the second one. I mean, the whole idea is you have to have it at a certain time. So I have to be home. Which means I'm going to have to call them early, see whether what day they want me to come in. Plus I have to get an x-ray. I'm not sure I'll have time for the x-ray tomorrow. And then I need to make a trip all the way to my other doctor's office to learn how to use this continuous glucose monitor that I got. Because right now I don't know how to use it. I have pictures that I'm looking at. It's not really helpful. You know, but and they'll only help me in the parking lot. Not allowed in the office at all for no reason whatsoever. And I'm like, you want me to take my coat off in this weather so you can show me how to put this thing on? Or if it's raining, obviously I'm not going to go in the cold and rain and stand there with my coat off while we figure out how to put this thing on. So I don't know how I'm going to fit all that in on Monday. Don't think it's going to happen. And you can't wear the continuous glucose monitors to x-rays. So I can't put it on until after I have the x-ray. So I may have to wait for the x-ray till Tuesday. And Tuesday, hopefully it won't be raining. I can go to the other doctor's office after the x-ray and have them help me. Because they're only open Monday and Tuesday to do this. So I have to get so many crazy things. And I have to schedule all this in here in the next couple of days. And I have another appointment I have to make before my paperwork runs out. And I have to start all over from ground zero on that. That's my shoes for diabetes shoes. All right. So we got a few people here who got some words. I'm still trying to decide, because now I have to change this paragraph. I have to change your hours, to change your salary. I don't know where else it may be mentioned in the document. I'm going to have to read the whole thing anyhow. I have pretty much come to the conclusion that she's going to be a nurse on the floor. She's going to be a floor nurse. That'll bring her salary down to a point where it's not really a lot, and she'll need that second job. And then I'm going to have to change the hours on the job, because if she works 3 12-hour days at the hospital, we'll say, well, I don't know what choices they get. Normally it's like 2 days off, 2 days on, and then a single day. But if you work only if you work 4 days, then it might be 2 days on, 2 days off, 2 days on. It might be the same days. It depends on the hospitals. I've been in enough hospitals. They're all different. Trying to figure out. It's usually a varying schedule from what I can see from being in the hospital. So I don't know how I'm going to set this up. I can't actually necessarily say, well, she works Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so that means Tuesday and Thursday night she can, and Tuesday and, yeah, it would be Tuesday and Thursday and maybe Saturday or Sunday at the other restaurant she'll have to do. I was going to make her 8 hours a day, Monday through Friday, but I don't think there's too many of them to do that. There's some that work 8 hours. But I don't know if they work it all the time or if it's just as a fill-in, because they need people to cover shifts during shift change. And the normal shift change is 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. So that's their normal shift change. And they work 12-hour days. And then they have to cover that period, So they have these 8-hour nurses that come in and work during that time swing while they're getting ready to go off and when new ones get started. So they cover that time. I've been in the hospital way too often. And, oh, I didn't even see Emily leave. Gotta sign off to spend time with the kiddos. Hopefully I can get back on later. Okay, well, I hope she gets back. I'm sorry I missed her leaving. Megan's back. I just watching Saturday Night Live with the boyfriend. Okay, cool. So Emily left. Megan came back. I'm busy talking and wasn't even paying attention. So it means changing things around. Because several of the people who beta read mentioned the fact that she's a doctor. Why would she need a second job? Which kind of makes sense. So I had to do researching on salaries and stuff. And I don't want to make it so, she's like super, super rich. I mean, it's a small town hospital, so I figure the low swing of the salary range is probably more like what it's going to be. Saturday Night Live. I have not seen that in years. VA says, oh my God, I love Saturday Night Live, but I always miss it. I used to watch it with the older original Saturday Night Live. And when they started the new ones, I kind of lost interest in it. Because they went through a stage where they tried to imitate the original Saturday Night Live players. And I really hated that. So I stopped watching it and I got out of it. But I like the original Saturday Night Live players, the originals. And of course, most of them are either super old or now dead. But that was when I enjoyed it. And I stopped watching it after that. So I don't even know. I wasn't even watching it when what's her name was on it. Can't think of her name. Didn't watch it often. Dark hair, that's all I can think of. But yeah, I went through a period of Saturday Night Live, never missed it, of the old ones, and then they started the new ones, and I watched for a little while, and I thought, I don't like this. And they're trying to copy the old show, and they're just making a mess out of it. And then they changed again, and I just never got back into it. So when they put the original primetime players back on for a while, I did watch a lot of the old shows again. But as far as the new one goes, I don't know what it's doing now. I don't watch it anymore. Oh, miss this. So tomorrow is your first day back in person since mid-October. Well, our kids went out of school in March. And they were out for quite a while. And each time they tried to reopen the school, they shut it right back down. So I don't know how many days they really got. And they've tried a couple times. I don't know if they're back in school. I haven't talked to my daughter. I don't know if they're back in school right now or not. Tell you the truth. It's hard. BA says, I'm a huge Kenan Thompson fan. I started watching him of all that and Kenan and Kel. Then, of course, Good Burger and Saturday Night Live and that comedy show he was a judge on. And now his new show. I know who you're talking about. And I have seen Good Burger. Well, I probably saw some of those Saturday Night Lives too. I don't know what his new show is. I don't watch TV much anymore. I kind of got out of it. I was watching it all the time, way too much. Now I'm always on the computer. I don't know which is worse. Which one? I mean, they're both, you know. I keep having the image of the woman I'm trying to get a name to pop in front of my face. My name is not coming with it. And I can't Google, what is this woman that's in front of my face? They were the Debbie Downer series. She was something. I saw a lot of the Debbie Downer ones. But most of my familiarity with the show is from the original primetime players. And I never missed the Saturday night. We watch that every Saturday night. Megan loves Kenan Thompson too. He's hilarious. He says his new show comes on NBC. It's called Kenan. He plays a widowed dad that works on a morning show. Interesting. I haven't seen him in a while. I'm sure he's changed, but the last time I remember seeing him, that seeing them. Oh boy, seeing them was back when they did Good Burger and stuff. You know, they were younger then. I'm sure they're a lot older now. Because that was quite a while ago. He's not that teenage kid anymore. He says 288 very slow, very painful words. Oh, I'm so sorry. But you got some words in and not just audio editing. I know that's not a consolation at this point. I'm glad you got some words in. Because sadly, I am no longer that teenage kid anymore either. I don't think any of us are those teenage kids anymore. I haven't seen my teens since the 70s, so. Not longer than you. Not longer. I look back on life and think, man, it's been a long time. You miss the 90s. In the 90s, I had 3 children. My last child was born in 87. The other 2 were older, much older than him. He was my last child. He was born in 87. So I spent the 90s raising the older 2, which were, of course, getting. Well, in the 90s were also the year I got divorced. End of the 90s, I got divorced. Not a great decade for me. Though I'm much happier divorced than I am married. So life may be different, but it might be hard, but I'm happier. And that's more important than other things. So they say. It's better to be divorced and happier than married and hating every minute of it. Oh God, Megan, I don't miss being a teenager either. I mean, there might be some people in this world that like being a teenager, but you'll probably find out most people hated being a teenager, especially those of us who were bullied. I know it was terrible for me being bullied all the time in high school. It was horrendous. Now they have online schools, and a lot of these bullied kids can get away from it and go to an online school. But there was no way of escaping the bullying when we were young. Well, you're younger than I am. God, the bullying was terrible. And I just wanted to stay inside and read. And my parents are like, get outside and play. And it's like, why can't I just read my book? I'm not hurting anybody. I just want to read my book. And they would lock me out of the house because I wouldn't go out and play with the kids. I didn't want to play with the kids. I wanted to read my book. It's like, what is the big deal? Just let me read my book. No, you have to go play with the kids. So they locked the door on me and let me in. So I spent enough time being a kid. But I like books because books took me out of my miserable life and I could enjoy myself and get lost in a book. They hated it. No, get out of the house. Don't want you in here. Never did that to my kids. They didn't want to go out. I mean, my kids usually wanted to go out, but my kids hated reading, so I didn't get a reader out of any. I have 3 kids, and none of them. My son likes to read if it's something like off the wall, like psychology or something like that. And he'll read articles galore on his his cell phone. He's constantly reading stuff, that kind of stuff. My 2 girls don't want anything to do with reading at all. It's like, how can I give birth to 3 kids that hate reading? Honestly, one of you at least has to be a reader. They're not readers. I don't remember any of them being bullied in school where they didn't say anything. I mean, back when I was in school, we didn't really know it as bullying. Just that we were treated horribly. We weren't the cool kids. If you weren't the cool kids, you were nothing. Being a teenager is a rough time of life. I don't think too many people want to go back to their teenage years. Maybe some. Maybe the cool kids would love to be back in their teenage years. Who knows? Who knows what life was like for them? BA says, I totally understand that. Middle school was bad for me. Yeah. I don't remember much. I'm getting up in age and losing my memories as it is. I don't remember a whole lot. I mean, in elementary school, I don't remember it being difficult, but I remember much about elementary school. Time I got up into the middle school and the high school years, it was terrible. Kids are mean. And I just wasn't a cool kid. I mean, there's no way I was going to be a cool kid. I would never want to do that again, ever. Well, let's see. Should we go back for another sprint? It's been a little while. Courtney said it was only a few years ago for me. I don't think I'd go back either. Wow, you're young. All right, BA's down for one more. Okay. Yeah, Courtney. It's been so many years. It's not that fresh in my memory, but it's fresh enough that I know I don't want to do it again. And I just think on the average, unless you're a certain person, high school was terrible for most of us. I mean, I wish there was an opportunity to go to online school when I was a kid. We didn't even have computers. I mean, we got computers, the very first computers, when my oldest 2 were in their first 5 years of life. Because my second child was 4 years old when we got the very first computer, and I mean first one they came out with. And they had no hard drives and stuff like that. They didn't. The games that she got to play were little things I typed in for her onto whatever it is that they used at that point, disk or whatever. And again, it was pretty big. I mean, you guys probably couldn't even comprehend what you have now, not having it. And I think going back and not having what I mean, I've become used to, over the years, and not having it when I was a kid. But now you can go to online school and you can get rid of that whole experience of that hard high school. But yeah, I lived through it. I survived. And a lot of people didn't, unfortunately. We had a lot of suicides, so yeah, there were some kids that were a lot worse off and just couldn't handle it. I mean, those were bad. But nowadays, you can go to these online schools. I talk to a lot of them, and they say how much happier they are just being online and doing all their classes. So I wish something like that had been available when I was younger, but it wasn't. So you guys are lucky. Those of you that are able to go to online school. I mean, my daughter, she went to regular high school. She went to her first 2 years of nursing degree, got her RN in a college. But she did her whole BSN the last 2 years for the 4-year degree. She did that all online. Like, she did not have to go to the school at all. So she just picked the school, and it didn't matter where it was located because it was all online. And she didn't care about graduating ceremonies and stuff. She just wanted her degree. So she went to some, I don't know what state she picked, but she went to some online, got her science. Bachelor of Nursing. Bachelor of Nursing? Yeah, bachelor. Because associate is 2-year. Bachelor, I think, is 4-year. Bachelor of Science. So I think BSN. Bachelor of Science in Nursing, something like that. So, but she did that all online the last 2 years of it. And now they have high schools that are online, which is great. All right, let's get this sprint going. Timer, 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. EA says, I kind of relive high school every day. I work at the high school I went to. Now that would, yeah, that would suck. You even went back to work at the high school you went to. That, yeah. I wouldn't want to do that. It's a shame you couldn't at least change high schools. I can imagine going back to the high school I went and work at the high school I went to. That is really weird. Megan agrees. That would be so bizarre. Can't imagine it. All right. Let me get back to my researching here. I'm thinking about changing my front of my novel. I got several things to rewrite, but one of them's going to be this part, because I think she's becoming just going to be a nurse. I have to refigure everything out. I haven't even gotten more than a couple chapters in, and I'm already. But I knew there was rewriting coming, so. going to high school, where working where you went to high school would be like Groundhog Day, where it repeats over and over and over and over again. The same thing over and again. You go, oh my God, didn't this just happen? I couldn't imagine. I wouldn't want to be a teacher friend. Nope, not me. All right, I'll see you guys in 22 minutes. Alrighty. I spent the time researching French restaurants because I'm thinking about this and making it a supposedly fancy French restaurant. And then I thought, wait a minute, I'm going for the small town feeling. And I want this to be a small town sort of thing. So a fancy French restaurant in a small town doesn't make a lot of sense. So I kind of have to rethink that. So I've done a lot of researching on French restaurants during this particular. So let's see. What did you guys do? BA says LML, whatever that means. Putting in writing sprints in my planner, and I cannot think of the days and times Charlie streams. Lord, I know Wednesday and Fridays at 5, right? Yes. I don't. He might occasionally have a pop-up, but those are the two main ones. And it's Eastern time, yes. Megan's right about that, 5 p.m. Eastern. Megan's usually on them, so she's the best one to ask that question. BA, thanks, Megan. Oh, Maggie, taking a moment from Mignonette's biology homework and science fair project to drop a like and wish everyone happy writing. Why, thank you, Maggie. Nice to see you. I'm afraid you can't, sorry you can't stay. Biology homework, lovely. Science fairs, well, those can be good or bad. I always found them difficult. Coming up with a project for them. But I remember taking part in them, though it was a long time ago. And let's see, BA says to Maggie, oh my God, I love the science fair. Watch trees in the store. In the school. So yeah, it's something you probably do deal with. And Charlie is here. Hello, Charlie. Nice to see you. Thank you for coming. We are just coming off of the sprint. So I'm looking to see what everybody's done so far. I am working on corrections to novel number 1. I got starting to work on my beta reader corrections. Finally stopped procrastinating, started working on it, but it's causing a lot of research and a whole change of my story because to make more sense, I've got to change some things. And so that's what I have spent the last half hour doing French restaurants research. Whoopee. Greg says 240 words, which brings my total for the novel to exactly 38K. That's cool. 38K. Moving along. I know you've got a lot more planned for it than that, so. And then Greg says, I will leave you for a few minutes. I will be back. Okay, we'll see you when you're back. Not going anywhere yet. Ah, there she is. We were talking about you earlier, Amelia. Your favorite superhero was here looking for you. Alion. He was looking for you. So, konnichiwa, back to you. Courtney says, I finished up all the boring work. Well, that's cool. Now it's time to go take a shower. I will be back. Okay, we should be here. Amelia says, somehow, an upside down emoji. Oh, Amelia, you never know what to expect out of you. Laughing out loud. Yeah, I don't even want to know how you managed that one. So people have been popping in and out today. And I'm actually doing work on my novel. I decided time to quit procrastinating and get to work on my novel. So I'm starting to work on the corrections, which, like I was saying, I don't know if you were here, but it led me into a problem, and I have to change some things to make it more realistic and all of that. And I don't know. I'm not sure exactly where I'm going yet. I'm working on it. So we'll see. Mia said I fell asleep at like 6 or 7 yesterday. My sleep schedule is whack. Ah, you fell asleep even earlier than I did. I was half asleep during the sprint. I was the live stream. I think I signed off at 9 finally and put my video up online because the last of it finally finished. Got it up online, and then I went to bed around 10 last night, and I slept to off and on until 2 this afternoon. So I'm feeling pretty good right now. Not too bad. But I have to go up early tomorrow and start calling the doctor's office to see when, because I have to get my second shot for COVID-19 tomorrow. So I have to make appointments around that. Plus, I have to get an x-ray, which I can't get until I get to the doctor's to pick up the slip, and I have to do the drug test. So I have to call them and make an appointment, because you can't just drop in for a drug test. You have to have an appointment. They want to control over how many people are in their office at one time. So usually you would just drop in and do your drug test and get out of there. It doesn't work that way anymore. So Mia says, I'm trying to write my story too, but I start writing and think about my setting and decide to spontaneously create fictional town map, get back to writing, and start thinking about other story ideas. Well, I've been there. I've done that. Well, I write, because I do a lot of short story writing, so I do a lot of other writing besides my novel. And I've created maps for this novel. Came across one the other day. I'm like, oh. But now I need to create some street maps because I'm creating a town for a fictional town for my novels to be set in my series, novels. So I need to create a town. So I need to put down, streets and stuff like that that'll be in the town. And now I'm rethinking the whole beginning of my novel because, as a couple of my beta readers pointed out to me, some of the information doesn't make a lot of sense. And so it means changing things. So once you change one thing, that affects another thing, and it just seems one thing after another. So, it's one of those things. And Mary says, always doing story stuff, although it's rarely actually writing. I get you there. I've been doing it tonight. I did do some writing. And I changed some things, and I'm making corrections. I'm currently researching because I have a section now where I'm at that, besides involving a rewrite, like I said, the readers are saying that, my proposed sort of what I hate when my mind goes blank. Proposed jobs. She works too. Well, they just don't make sense. And why would she have to work 2 if she makes the first one, because that first one should make enough money. She should need 2. And it comes back and forth trying to figure out, okay, she needs 2 jobs. That's important. And then I was making the second job. I wanted it to be a fancy restaurant. And then I thought, wait a minute, I want this to be a cozy small town type atmosphere. So there wouldn't be probably be a fancy restaurant. So she's going to be working in something not quite so fancy. So now we go back again and start thinking about her salaries. I have to come up with a suitable salary. I dropped her from doctor to nurse. That changes the hours of when nurses normally work. Messes with the hours I have available to work in the restaurant. And it's like, it just seems like one thing after another. It's just like an avalanche here. So that's where I am. So I understand when you start, mind starts wandering and you're trying to think about something and think about other things, story ideas. I'm always trying, because of my blog, although most of them are written on prompts, so I don't normally have to think right that moment. I can sometimes take, time to think about it. I don't have to produce it right that second that I read the blog prompt. But that's what I've been busy at. Waitresses can actually make quite a bit of tips if it's set in the U.S. If it's set in the U.S., yeah. In other countries, tipping isn't very common. Or like in Japan, it's considered rude to tip. Well, that's what Greg was saying about in Ireland. I guess they don't really tip. We were talking about this earlier. I said, well, in the U.S., you're expected to tip. And I just finished reading an article, and it was talking about tipping. And it says, you can either leave cash or put it on your credit card. But there are no 3 choices. It's either cash or credit card, not do not tip. You're expected to tip in the U.S., which a lot of people still do not understand. Even though they're from the U.S., they don't think that they have to tip if they don't want to. So I worked in an officers club, and those are the guys that make the money in the military, and they are the cheapest. They do not believe they should have to tip. Everybody's better. They're better than everybody else. Hi, Greg. We were just talking about tipping again. I just read an article how in the USA there are only 2 choices, cash or credit card. And there is no third choice of no tip. It is very rude not to tip in the US. And I remember we talked about this before when you were asking about, talking about tipping and not being, like she was just saying, not very common in other countries. Well, in the US, it is very common. VA says, well, I somehow managed to lose a sticker. I have so many stickers, I wouldn't know if I lost the sticker or not unless I really, really had it in my mind that I was going to use a particular sticker. How can you lose a sticker and know you lost a sticker? Greg says he's back again. Okay, great. Amelia says, yeah, in the U.S. restaurant companies often pay waitresses less than minimum wage. Oh, yeah. And expect tips to cover their wage. That way is based on performance more than a set wage. Minimum wage for most waitresses is under $2 an hour. Unless you're in a fancier restaurant, it is possible to have a slightly higher, depending on how they set up their pay. But everyone I've worked for and what I was finding in my research is that less than $2 an hour is the actual minimum wage the restaurant pays, and then you're expected to make it up in tips. So that's one of the things with restaurants in our area. Anyhow, I know it's under $2 an hour, and I worked one place and I made like $1.90 an hour, and the people didn't tip. And it's like, so we complained to the boss. It's like, we're not getting anything. And we all split tips. So what little bit of tips is being left, even if it was for, a nice tip was left for somebody, they wouldn't get it because all tips are split. Like there was no, this is your tip, so this is what you get. No, it was all split. And then in other parts, there's restaurants where the waitress have to tip the person bussing your tables, that's cleaning your tables off. You have to tip, I forget what the other ones, I don't remember. Bussing, I remember. That's the person who cleans the table. I remember that part. So then Amelia says, if you don't tip in the U.S., waiters and waitresses don't get paid. So it's not going to change those capitalism mindset we used to. Yeah, well, that's it. In the U.S., most restaurants give you less than $2 an hour as your base pay, and the rest is tips. So depending on the atmosphere and how much you have to split the tips, how much you're going to get is not, not something you can depend on. When I was waitressing, now this was back in the late 70s, early 80s, we used to wait every Sunday to see what my tips were on whether or not we could go out and have pizza for a special treat for the week. Because that's the job that didn't tip. Most of the people didn't tip. So if I didn't get enough to buy a pizza, then that's not much. We didn't have pizza. That was our one special treat for the week. We couldn't have pizza if I didn't get enough. And there were cases where some days those officers did not tip for nothing. Kate says, only wrote 50-ish words and spent the rest of the time researching medieval clothing. Gotcha there. Yeah. Another one of those things where you have to do it, but oh wow. Yeah, gotcha. BA said, I took it off the sheet and dropped it, and now I can't find it. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, well, that makes sense. You took it off the sheet to use it, and you dropped it. Okay, got it. Greg says, $2 an hour? That's exploitation. Less than $2 an hour. Rarely does it break the $2 an hour mark. And that's, in most restaurants, except maybe a super fancy. I never actually worked in the really fancy restaurant, but the tips are so high in those big fancy restaurants that $2 an hour is not a big deal to them. But if you work in a smaller restaurant where tips are much lower, it is a big deal. But that's the way it is around here. Mary says exactly to Greg. Capitalism at its finest. Greg says, I don't think it's to do with capitalism, Amelia. Europe has capitalism, but waitresses are still paid. And that's the way it is in the U.S. And I just got done reading, like I said, that article and talked about it. And it says there are two choices, cash or charge. There's no there's no choice there that says no tip. And that people that don't need tips, well, don't come back to the restaurant again because you get the same waitress and you're liable to be in trouble. They don't take it very kindly when they don't get tipped after doing all that work because they only get less $2 an hour. They count on those tips. Megan says it's racism. It's used as a way to legally pay Black people less in olden days. Well, that's interesting. Didn't know about that. But
doesn't really matter what our race is. I mean, a waitress gets less than $2 an hour, no matter what race you are. That's just the way it is, and has been for years. I was a waitress back in the, like I said, late 70s, early 80s was my first waitress. That was my first waitress job. And that was in an officers club, and they felt privileged, and they did not see a reason why they had to tip. And I mean, the management tried putting signs up there and everything, and they did not tip us. Very few. There were some nice guys. I won't say all. I'm not going to say all officers were like that, but a large majority of the officers, not only did they feel that we were beneath them, but they didn't feel a need that they had to tip. It's bad enough they had to pay for the meal. And some of them had that whole mind thought, the way they treated us. I hated, that was one of the few things I hated about being in the military. I was just a wife. So I was even lower. I mean, the enlisted man and woman is pond scum. The spouses and family of enlisted men were lower than pond scum. Couldn't get much lower than being a spouse of an enlisted man. And they treated us like that. Terrible. I don't think I read this. Now, in Amelia Ward, capitalism has to do with how resources are managed. In a communist system, the state controls everything. In a capitalist system, private ventures is what creates wealth. I don't know a lot about those kind of things, so I'm not going to comment on them. Mary says, I think we can all agree it's bad, though. Yeah, I would say so. Amelia says to Greg, that's a free market economy. Communist countries used a centrally controlled economy. Capitalism and communism are political ideas. Often they are used synonymously, though, Amelia says. Amelia Ward says, but they aren't. Greg says capitalism is not bad by itself, but it needs to be reined in by laws. Greg says not. It says every instance of communism in history has led to dictatorship and famine. Lenin, Stalin, Mao Zedong, North Korea. Wow. Neil says, yeah, you need the laws to force companies to think ethically. It's that situation in America, though, because everyone is crazy high on freedom, literally all the time. It's amazing how many people come here. My aide is from Bulgaria. And so, like, when you tell her something, like, you're not supposed to be having large groups of people getting together right now because of the virus. Well, don't tell me what to do. I'm in a free country. I can do whatever I please. And they get a little bit crazy with the ideas of what freedom means. Freedom doesn't mean that you can do whatever the heck you want when you come here. There are rules. There are laws. There are certain things you're not supposed to do. Just because, you're free doesn't mean you cannot just ignore all the laws. She kind of got on me about, don't tell me what I can do. I said, it is not me telling you not to have this huge party. It is not allowed right now because of the virus. Do you want to get sick? Do you want your family to get sick? Do you want me to get sick? Because if you get sick, I'm going to end up probably getting sick, All right, let's see. Amelia says, yeah, communism isn't great because it relies on people being good. Always leads to one guy being bad and taking over. Greg says, freedom doesn't mean people can do anything they want. Freedom is a matter of push and pull. Too many don't understand that, both U.S. and Europe. Yeah, as I said, I just ran into that problem with my aide. Laura says, hello, I just finished my short story. Yay! 4,666 words. Great job, Laura. I know you were worried about that last night. I'm glad you got it done. And that's a nice amount of words. Good job. Now, Laura says she's been distracted by Right on Con. I was actually sure. Right on Con. Is this some kind of convention thing or something? Amelia says, I'm not familiar with Europe too much, but I agree to Greg. We got on the thing of politics here. Laura says, and I wrote another flash fiction in the meantime. Wow, you're on the move, girl. That's great. Somebody was asking where you get all your, anthology, that you enter. Like, I'm not sure where she gets them. Somebody was asking where you found them. Because they wanted to start entering into anthologies. PA says Americans have a lot of freedom, but to every right we have a limitation. Yeah, and a lot of people outside the country think that our freedom is, to them, means they can do anything that they want because they're free. They don't understand that there is a limitation. You don't just do whatever you want. Rara said, and I did dishes and took out recycling and so much more. Crazy productive. Yay, Laura. Good job. Good job. Glad you got your story done. Oops. It jumped. Right over. BA says hello to Laura. Megan says, oh, good to Laura. Oh, jumped again. Why do you have to keep jumping on me? Mary says, people say that it violates their freedom, but in the law world, you have to take into account that we are in a global pandemic and the government has the right to protect public health. BA says to Laura Nettles, yay, congrats. We all wish you well. Amelia says to BA, yeah, a lot of people don't like to focus on the limits much, though. Laura says, I find horror anthologies looking for submissions on the blog Published to Death. I check publishers on Instagram, also hear about them on writing Discord groups. Yeah, I figure there's probably a way to search for them. Writing Discord groups. Yeah. I'm not so good with Discord. I go on it occasionally, but it's not one of my favorite things. Publishers on Instagram. Yeah, because I don't remember who was asking. I don't know if they were into horror, though. So they probably have to look at a different area. Go on the writing groups, I guess, they would know. BA says to Amelia Ward, sadly. Laura says, all right, now I need to go so I can listen to my story back and catch errors. Woo! All right, thanks for stopping by. Emily says, hey guys, I'm back. Welcome back. Mayor says, is the blog Published to Death only horror stories at Laura Nettles? Hold on, she may be. Let's see. Mia says, hey to Emily. That's what Laura says. And Amelia Ward, a mix, but mostly horror.
Yeah, because see, Laura loves horror. And she writes some pretty horror, very descriptive stories. I just read the one Rust on your blog the other day. Wow. And Mary says, cool. Yeah. Interesting. Laura's got one in the book already published, which I still haven't read. I've got the book. You have to crack it open. I've got the book. BA says, I'm going to head out. I have a feeling that the traffic will be much worse from my house to work than from my bedroom to my office. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm sure. All right. Nice seeing you again. And, well, hope you have a great first day back at work. Hope all goes well. Amelia says, sprint. Yep, in a few seconds. Let me finish these messages. And then BA says, good night and happy writing, you all. Thanks a lot. And you be careful tomorrow. Amelia, laugh out loud. Sure, we can do another sprint. I'm trying to figure my beginning of my story out because all these corrections have led to a whole completely new beginning of my story. Wasn't what I was planning, but that's the way it goes. So, oh, perfect timing. Yeah. Courtney says, okay, I'm back. Perfect timing. Yep, we're just getting ready to start another one. Perfect. Welcome back. All right. Back to the timer. We set it for 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I'm not exactly sure what you're saying, Amelia. uh, Bobby, welcome back. But, I will see you guys in 24 minutes. Wow, that time went fast. I didn't get much figured out. I'm still trying to figure out what to do about this restaurant that she's working at. I'm trying to see if I should downgrade it from, high-end restaurant to something less. I mean, she lives in a small town, so would they have a high-end restaurant? Do I create another town and put the restaurant they work at in another town? Kind of confused right now. Still researching restaurants. Oops, sorry. Dropping candy. um, so how did you guys do? I started looking more through restaurants, trying to get an idea on what I want to do about this restaurant. So I haven't gotten past the very first few paragraphs of my story in edits so far. Mia said I watched YouTube and then sat down to write and then instead read on WebTube. I don't know what Webtoon is, but I got an idea. Know what tune? Obviously short for cartoon. I'm assuming it's some kind of cartoon on the web. Gee, I'm smart, aren't I? So let's see here. Oh, Meadow. I'm so excited. I just set up my new desk and dual monitor. Well, that's cool. That is exciting. Hi, Meadow. Nice to see you. Yeah, dual monitors would be nice on a new desk. Wow. I'm confined to my little old ancient computer desk here. I'd be excited too. Lucky for you. Glad for you. It's a web comic platform. Yeah, I kind of figured that. Thanks, Amelia. Charlie says, I am crocheting a bee, which is why I'm not as active in the chat. It's okay. You don't have to be active in the chat. You can do whatever you want, and no one requires you to be active in chat. Crocheting a bee. Interesting, but that's nice. Emily says, wrote 813 words and finished putting away all of my books. Yeah, that's a good idea. Put away the books. Good. They're not laying all over the place. That's what I do. I get in the middle of something and they're laying all over the place. So you put away your books. Great. Wrote 813 words. That's great too. Good job. I think Meadow's got everybody beat though. She got a new desk and a dual monitor. So that's very exciting for sure. I don't think I could fit a dual monitor. One of the reasons why I don't have two, because there's no room to put two.
And now my daughter had one set up over here on the side when we were switching computers to the new one. And it was sitting there. And I mean, it's possible. I don't have the monitor anymore. I gave it to the person I gave the computer to. But it was, it was not working well. It kept glitching and had lines all through it. It figures it on its way out anyhow. So if I got another one, I'd have to get a new monitor. I'm not even sure how they would hook up. I've got an all-in-one computer, so the whole thing's in my monitor, which is really weird. So I asked my daughter, I said, what? She says, it's all in your monitor, Mom. That's as big as it is. Whatever the size your monitor is, that's your whole computer. Like, wow. So yeah, my whole computer is in my monitor, and it's like, wow, there's no CPU with all that stuff I used to bang my knees into all the time. So it's nice having everything in one little thing. Greg says, I have now done the rough job in the first half of chapter 3. I have a couple of scenes already written for the second half, but I will need to decide what goes where. 170 words. That's good. 170 words. Good job. Deciding what goes where. Guess that could be rough at times. Something doesn't necessarily have to be in a certain order. Well, you got through the first half, so now you're on the second half. Good job. I'm still at a standstill till I figure this out. I'm still researching restaurants, different types of restaurants. I need a restaurant that has a room that they can do parties in. Elion says, see and stream from uni. That's right. And you've got an exam today, right? Yeah, so I'm kind of like still doing research, trying to figure out what to do. The restaurant has to have a room since the second half of the book. They thought of using the restaurants hall or whatever you want to call it to do the wedding reception in. That's in there. Yeah, Amelia's here. He came looking for you earlier. So I need to have a restaurant with some type of hall in it. Which is, I had planned on this being a fancy restaurant. And then think about the fact that it's a small town. So the chances of a small town having a big fancy French restaurant are kind of low. So I may have to rethink this. Either create another town and they go over there, make the restaurant they work in town, but smaller. But I wanted to have a hall they can do receptions in, because that was one of the options, was asking the employer for employee discount, because they all work at the restaurant. And I thought I had everything figured out. Now I got all these things to work about. A lot of questions. Just trying to figure out wages. I'm trying to see what kind of job she needs. They've already downgraded her from doctor to nurse. Because if she was a doctor, she wouldn't need a second job. And like I said, the second job is kind of essential to the story as I planned it originally. So I make her a fancy doctor, and then she's not going to need another job. Certainly not a restaurant, unless it was a fancy restaurant. Then why would she need the fancy restaurant? Because it's just a second job. Oh, too many questions. My tooth is hurting again. And now I have candy. M&Ms. Oh, I was eating them earlier. But they didn't have the video on, so you couldn't see that. What I just saw was, you just saw was the M&M with peanuts. I still have a few potato chips left to take the chocolate. I need to take the sweet taste out of my mouth, so I am. Not that they have a lot of salt on them. I'm not allowed to have salt. So they're like very low in salt. You too. At least I assume Chris is like potato chips. I know our language is slightly different. I'm eating what they call a potato chip. But right, what I was eating then was candy. It was the peanut covered, chocolate covered M&Ms. But I have a bag of potato chips, which are fried, thin fried potatoes. But they're very low salt because I can't have salt. But I can't stand to eat sweet without something salty to clear the sweet taste out of my mouth. Not that they're very salty, because like I said, they're low in salt. If that is what you mean by crisp, then yes. But I was eating them with the thing off. You didn't see me eating that part.
You didn't see me eating the crisp, if that's what you call them. Potato chip, I call them. French fries are actually not French, they're Belgian. Oh, I don't have French fries. I love French fries. This is a very thin, very, very thin chip. We call them chips, potato chips. I don't know if I have any big enough to hold up here. I don't know if you can see what I'm holding up or not. I turn off. Yeah, I'll do this again. This is what happened the other night. I forgot to turn the timer back on. Take the timer off. Okay. That is a potato chip. That's what I was eating M&Ms before that, which is a round piece of candy because it's peanut covered chocolate. This is what I call a potato chip. So I'm not sure. It's definitely not French fry. French fries are different. But this is what I'm eating. Get that sweet taste out of me. Put the timer back on before I forget. Okay. Kate says 126 words. I missed the first draft days when I was churning out my important words every half an hour on a slow day. Yeah, right? It's taken me forever. I've been spending this whole thing trying to figure out now what kind of restaurant. Finally figured she's not a doctor, she's a nurse. That changes the hours, and I have to figure out what hours. Finally need to figure out what kind of restaurant. The restaurant has to have a hall for weddings because the next book is going to have a wedding, and they're thinking about having a reception there. So, doing a lot of stuff is driving me crazy. Greg says, do you have Smarties in the USA or candy very similar to M&Ms? We have a candy called Smarties, although I wouldn't say they're similar to M&Ms. They're kind of sweet and sour and very tiny. The packets are round. They're round shaped. And a kind of sweet and sour taste to them. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we have Smarties, but I wouldn't compare them to M&Ms. Definitely not. M&Ms are chocolate, whereas the Smarties are not chocolate. Then again, you're right. They could have other things called Smarties, and they're not the Smarties we think they are. Yeah, it's possible. I mean, our Smarties, like I said, they're little tiny round, sweet and sour types. We'll see. I have to go out here, but you can't see it on here. Link. Oh no. Oh, yours are different. Yeah, they are like M&Ms. How about that? Oh wow. I never would have linked them. Our Smarties are definitely not. Now these are like our M&Ms. Yeah, our Smarties are powdery, sweet and sour. These are more. Yeah, your Smarties are like our M&Ms. Chocolate beans.
Oh well. M&Ms. Yeah. See also M&Ms. Yeah, they are like M&Ms. Wow. So yeah, I guess I was eating something similar to your Smarties. I mean, they had a nut in it. It wasn't just the plain M&Ms, which is just chocolate. This actually has a peanut in it. So it's all different sizes depending on the peanut inside. Oh, I didn't notice the link to the US Smarties. Yeah, colored sugar discs. Yeah. That's why you threw me when you were talking about it. Thought it couldn't be more different. Trademarks need to be registered per country. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, our Smarties are not the same as yours. I love Smarties. They come in a little tiny package, and I usually they're all different sweet and sour flavors, and I just pop most of the package into my mouth at the same time. Learned something new today. I know we have a lot of words that mean different things in the two different countries, or areas of the country, or of the world, I guess I should say. I mean, even in our country, different people, I mean, some of us say soda and some of us say pop. They're essentially the same thing, but different parts of the country say it differently. Yeah, you imagine it. Maybe they will eventually stop in the national system and new companies won't be able to do that. It has been forever since they've been trying to change us to a metric system, and we still use our own system. And I was a kid when they kept saying, "Oh, we're changing it to a metric system. You've got to learn the metric system." I was a kid, so we're talking back in the 60s, and we still don't use the metric system. Yeah. Amelia says we also can't possibly use the same measuring system as the rest of the world. No, because that would mean we'd have to go metric, because that's what they want to use. And it's supposedly easier to learn than our system. Supposedly. Having not used the metric system, I find it super confusing when I've had to deal with it. Like, I just got a thing for my colonoscopy preparation, and I had to drink 1 liter of water. We don't use liters. So I had to go looking, because the 2 liter isn't going to work, cutting it in half. I had to find, looking on the bottles for something that was actually 1 liter, because it's different from ours. But you learned on the metric. You probably don't even, like, if we learned on the metric, we would think it's easier too. But we didn't learn on metric. So for us, it's very complicated. We all sit. When I was in school, we did not have the metric system. They told us, "Oh, you're going to have to learn the metric system because we're going to eventually turn and make it all metric system." Well, it never happened. It's 60 years later, and we're still using our system. The metric system drives me crazy. I don't understand it. I can't get around it. I don't understand the metric system. It might be easier, but not when no one else uses it. It's like learning Japanese when the entire stream speaks English. Yeah, you would know about that. Uh, 1 liter volume of water is 1 kilogram weight is 1 cubic decimeter, and that is all Greek to me as far as I'm concerned, because it doesn't compute. I know ounces, I know pounds, I don't know liters, kiloliters, kilograms, grams, volume, all that stuff. Don't know all that stuff because we don't use it. A mile is about 1.6 kilometers. Well, I know what a mile is. Well, I don't remember the exact amount of feet at this point. We use feet, inches, and miles. 1.6 kilometers tells me nothing because I never learned it. And so far, we have not turned everything over to metric like they told us when I was in school. Oh, yeah, you're going to learn the metric system. When? We don't use the metric system now. It's on some of our stuff, and it took me a while to find a bottle that said 1 liter on it, so I could, because I needed to take 1 liter of liquid. I don't know what liter is equal to. I had to find I had to look at all the bottles to find something that said equals 1 liter. So some things have changed. It was probably a foreign country's product, but something, I finally found a bottle that said 1 liter on it. Amelia says 1 foot is 12 inches because that's the size of big feet. 1 foot is a pretty long size foot. I'm not sure there's many 12-inch feet out there. But that was roughly the size of a foot, they said. My feet are tiny. I only wear a size 5.5 shoe, though I usually wear 6 as I can't find 5.5, and I have a hard enough time finding a size 6 shoe. They think that all of us with little feet are suddenly going to disappear. A lot of the companies stopped making shoes that are smaller than, I'd say 7. I know I have a hard time finding 6s, and they're too big for me, really. It's a small shoe I can find. But I'm going into the children's. Greg says USA is officially using metric. Well, that's not the reality for everyday life. 1 inch is defined in terms of the metric system. 2.54 centimeters. NASA and other federal institutions use metric. Yeah, but not in everyday life. So those of us that don't deal with it on a regular basis have absolutely no idea. Mia said the size of a foot used to change every time a new king would be crowned, and their foot would be measured to determine what a foot was. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's funny. They crowned me king. My feet are really tiny. It's more than 6 inches. What's more than 6 inches? But where is that one? Here it is.
My foot's between 8 and 9 inches. Somewhere around there. So I'm not even equal to a real foot. It's completely true, and it was really confusing. That's why they settled on 12 inches. All I know is that I find the metric system very confusing. And, you know, there's still things that, like my medicines are all in grams and and micrograms. Milligrams, micrograms, grams. But I don't know what that means in reality. I just know my medicine's mostly in milligrams, most of it. A few are in micrograms, which confuses me because then it's like, all right, I'm used to milligrams, and they throw this microgram in there, whatever the heck that is. Like I said, ever since I was a kid, they were talking about, oh, we're going to the metric system. We haven't gotten there yet. 60 years. Haven't gotten there yet. Hmm. I know a lot of people say the metric system is so simple, it makes a lot of sense, blah, blah, blah. But when you grew up on something else, it's not, it's not simple. Now, as far as I know, we've used the same amount of days equals a year. I think year means the same in every country. I don't think years are different. I don't think. I've never heard of anything else other than years. So that one measurement is the same. Mary says, yeah, here you only use metric system if you go into really like science or manufacturing, stuff like that, yeah. And like, you know, doctors and nurses, of course, have to know all the different measurements for medicines and stuff, how they're measured. They're all in the metric system. I'll be happy if I just leave this world without learning the metric system, honestly. But little I know of it confuses me already. All right. Do we want to do another sprint? Yay, okay. I've got a couple yay sprints. Down for another sprint. Okay, let's go. 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, see you in 24 minutes.
Well, I got down the rabbit hole on my phone, and I was looking up something for my story, and the next thing I know was on my text messages, going through them looking for my daughter's last text message because she sent me the information for the funeral home for her father-in-law's obituary and stuff, and I can't find her message. And I'm trying. I thought, oh my God, it never went on there. I'm sure there's a sign-in sheet and all that stuff, and I didn't do any of that. So I'm trying to find her text message, and I can't find it. And I don't know how to figure out how to get to. There's so many things that are texting me now. I got a million things that I'm trying to go through. I'm probably missing it. I'm probably looking right at it, missing it. I know I've texted her recently. I don't know why it's not showing up. So that's what I ended up doing. So I didn't get too much done. Kay says, oh wow, just realized I caught up with my month's word count goal just now. Yay, good job. Going to pop out to walk the dog, but if you're all still going to 30ish minutes, I'll jump in. Okay, great. Mia says, I don't know if I wrote 5 words or 50 this past sprint, but a paragraph somehow appeared within the last couple sprints. Hey, great paragraph. Good job. Courtney says, I think my story just turned into a mystery, and I was not expecting this. Well, don't you love it when things happen like that? It does happen. It definitely does happen. I let the thing run the way it's going to run, and sometimes it just goes in a way I'm not expecting. Emily said, I got 1,144 words. Good job. Anybody else? I said, I got looking for my daughter's last text message to me, and I cannot find it. And I know she put that information in there for me. I was supposed to go, and I kept putting it off, and now I can't find her text message. Bunch of junk on here, that's for sure. It's her private one, not the boot message. That's not going to help me any. I need her last text message to me. Where in the world? Now I'm all the way back into 2019, and I cannot come across. December 2019. Like over a year ago. I know she's texting me. Where is it? I don't even know how to get into it. I don't know much about these phones anyhow, and I'm trying to figure out how I can get in there. Wait a minute. Can I find her this way? Everyone they're showing is not her single. It's where they're showing her in all the group ones. I can't find her single. Why would that be? Oh, Good grief. Greg says, I've been making backups. Writing is finished for me tonight. I'm going to need to make a decision between now and my next writing session about what goes in the second half of my chapter 3. I can understand that. Definitely good on the backups. Something I know I should do. Keep putting it off. And have a good night if you're leaving, which I assume, since you're done writing for the night, you're probably on your way out. See you next time. Wish I could figure out what I was doing. It would help. How in the world? I don't understand why I'm not getting my other daughter. I wonder. There's one other thing I can try. Oh, you're still here for now. Okay. Still here for now. All right. What if I go to contacts, look her up, message. Doesn't give me the message though. Oh, maybe that's why I couldn't find it. I did it wrong. So back to messages. Cancel that. Search. Sorry. No, that didn't work. Keeps giving me the other daughter. The names are spelled differently. Why can't I get it? It's too late to call her now and ask her. Kate says, back from the dog, and apparently I managed almost 600 words tonight, which is more than I expected. Well, congratulations. It's better to get more than you expected. Emily says, congrats. Yeah, certainly better than expected. I can't find. I managed to erase her last message. Not coming up. It's after midnight. I know she's up late, but I don't wanna. I don't want to send through a message at this point. Because if she is sleeping, I don't want to wake her up. Yeah, we can go for another sprint. Okie dokie. I'm going to switch it to 30 minutes now. I don't think Megan's here anymore. I'm going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, it's back to 30 minutes. That's my normal sprint time. You know, Megan prefers 25, so I usually switch it to 25. But I don't think she's here any longer. All right, see you guys in 29 minutes.
All right. Well, that ended up being a half hour spent looking up the obituary myself since I can't find my daughter's text message. I finally found the obituary. I left a message. I planted a tree in his memory. And I left a message of condolence on there. So, not much more I can do. I didn't get to go to the service for, so this is my daughter's father-in-law, and they were great in-laws. She couldn't have asked for a better family, and we were, pretty close there. So I felt I should do something. So I planted a tree in his name. So let's see here. Courtney says you all are wild for being able to read so long. I don't know who's left here. I didn't write anything this time. I spent a lot of time on the website setting up my condolences and figuring out how the website worked, trying to leave a message, and then I planted the tree. Then my credit card didn't want to work right, and I'm like, what is wrong with you? I was looking at the number wrong. So Emily said 170 words and accidentally made today my first ever 5K day without meaning to. Well, that is absolutely wonderful. Good job. Greg's uploading his backups into the cloud. Another good job. Save that works. You have to wait another hour before you can get breakfast in town. Wow. Kate got 204 and then went down a playlist rabbit hole. Oops. Now, my rabbit hole was not so much fun because it was an obituary. But I needed to do something, so. Greg says Super Tessa might still be streaming in. It's possible. I'm not really tired right now. A little bit upset over dealing with the obituary, but had to deal with it. And I should have done it earlier. But then, like I said, my daughter sent it by text and I forgot. And then I couldn't figure out how to get back to her text message. And every time I thought of it, it was in the middle of the night. And so I just said, all right, go searching for it myself and see if I can find it, which I did find it. And so I took care of that. A month late. Not quite a month late. He died on the 30th of January. So, a little over 3 weeks late. Almost 4. Did as best I could. It's a thought that counts, right? So, they should be notified that I sent that. So, they should know. I still have decisions to make. I never thought the first few comments in in the thing was going to set off such a mess of things that I need to change and think about, and rethink my storyline, all because of the comments in my beta readers about her needing. I guess I'm have to figure out how much all that stuff would cost. She has to contribute half of their expenses. And they're buying a new sailboat and a new house on the beach. Maybe I'll have to put her back to being a doctor. I don't know. She's going to pay half of all that. I can only imagine how much. But I don't know where he's coming up with all that money, because he doesn't make a super lot of money on this. At least I consider it a small business. It wasn't exactly a small business. I mean, besides being a store selling computers, they had a company sales, not so much, well, probably sales too, but they provided service contracts on all the computers for some pretty big companies, printers, computers, anything of that sort. The telephone system, anything, with technology related, they had like sales contracts that these big companies paid them monthly for these contracts for them to come in and do all this work. For some months you had more work than other months, but it was a set amount. It was a contract for a monthly amount. Well, he never got into into financials with me, so I don't really know how much they made. But I do know that they didn't live on the beach. The person I named the character is somebody based on somebody I know, and they had a sailboat, but they did not live on the beach. That I kind of, exaggerated a little bit, but he did have a sailboat, and I do know it was expensive. And so I don't know. All right, Emily. You're feeling super productive right now and don't want to ruin that by starting something new. So I'm going to head to bed. I'm not sure I quite understand the logic in that, but okay. That's what you think you should do, then by all means, head to bed. Good night. We'll see you sometime. Today is Sunday. I won't be streaming tomorrow or Wednesday, so next time I stream is Tuesday, around 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tomorrow's my day off. I just go to different streams and write. So hopefully I'll see you soon. I got a stomach ache. Great. Something didn't agree with me. I have colitis, and sometimes I can eat some things, and sometimes I can't eat some things. So that should be pretty much healed up. So it may not even be the colitis, maybe something else. My stomach I have irritable bowel syndrome, and that sometimes gets upset by what I eat too. I'm having one of those nights. So, what's the plan, Sam? What's the plan, Stan? I guess it should be. Sam doesn't matter, right? What's the plan, Stan? Anybody left to sprint? Guys that are left? Or am I on my own? Okay, I got one. That's all I need is one. All right, let me set it up. 30 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. didn't even go to mute this time. I think I wasn't talking to myself, or maybe I was. Amelia went to bed. Good night, Amelia. And Kate said good night to Amelia. Oh. I just had to update my life log. I didn't plan on doing that. So I got nothing done on the writing. Got passwords. Fun. So, I left that on too. Until it's getting late, right? Not making sense. I haven't come into a decision on what I'm going to do about my beginning of my story yet. Still hanging in there. Trying to figure out what I want to do. So it's gone no farther. It's gone no farther. Gone. It has gone no further. I don't think too many people are left. So is anybody left? Oh, Frank's still here. You're in the middle of a game of chess. Waiting for breakfast, right? I was going through my email for something and I saw the thing that said I had to update my vlog. My bank account was disconnected. Oh, because they made me change my password, so I guess that disconnected it. Because that password no longer worked. So disconnected it. I had to reconnect that up. Doing really good about finding things to put off making a decision, aren't I? Procrastination City. $341. First time all night I've broken 300 in a sprint. In a sprint. Sprint. Oh, gee. Good job. I've been doing everything but. I started out really good. I got started. Then I started researching this and that because the comments I was getting on my beta reader comments, and I'm like, well, I need to change this and change that. I have to research this, and it's been downhill from that. And
and I think I'm within spitting distance of finishing this chapter. Maybe? Maybe. You want to do another sprint? I mean, I gotta stop soon because I gotta get up early tomorrow. Can't be doing this all night like I normally do. Jeez, it's already been 8 hours and 34 minutes. Time sure does fly fast. I'm gonna do another sprint though. It'll be just after 2 then. Yeah, I could do another sprint. This is chapter 39, so I finish this tonight. I'm finally out of the terrible 30s. My book's got 62 chapters in it, and some of them are a little super long, and some of them are a little shorter. Some of them are a little carried away. Probably have to cut some of them down. I still don't know what I'm doing. All right, I'll do another one. Timer. 30 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So I took my meds during that. Then I did some research on nursing again. And I did some research on restaurants. And you can have a big fancy restaurant in a small town, which is one of the things I was wondering. So they wanted to make that restaurant a fancier restaurant, but it was a small town atmosphere. Okay, Greg, enjoy your breakfast. Thanks for coming. I'll see you next time. Later. I want breakfast now. But I don't feel like cooking it. Nah. Tomorrow I don't stream. I'll be streaming on Tuesday. Monday and Wednesdays are my 2 days. I definitely don't stream. Well, Wednesday I'm on Charlie's, so I am technically streaming, but it's not my stream. So if you go to Charlie Dorset's on Wednesday, I'm usually there. Hi, Greg. You hope to send it to the proofreader by the end of the week. Cool. All right. Ah, Alion. Hi again. Finally all over now. Free for some time. Last paper was quite easy. Well, that's good. We'll be wrapping this up here shortly. Because it's 2 o'clock in the morning and I have to get up tomorrow. So unless I want to do another Sunday night fall asleep in front of the camera thing, I need to go to bed fairly soon here. So we won't be here too much longer. Amelia's gone already. So that's quite a while ago. So good night, Alion, if that's what you're saying. No, I'm not going to be streaming for another 10 hours. I'm pretty much ready to hang up my stream. Hang up my, what's that way? Hang up my, I forget the term. There's a saying for that. I'm going to hang it up. Wind it up. So I can keep my big restaurant, fancy restaurant in a small town. It's near the ocean, so it makes sense to have a big. So 320. Kate says, more progress. We still have to finish the scene before the chapter can end. Still progress. Yes, it's still progress. That's right. So that's like I was studying, like I said, I can have my big restaurant. So that can be in a small town. They said a lot of big restaurants are in small town. People will travel there for, if it's got a, reputation, people will travel. As far as nursing, I was trying to figure out nursing. Switch her from a doctor to a nurse, so she doesn't make quite as much. Because they didn't think it was believable, my beta readers, that she would be a fancy doctor and then go work in a restaurant. And it kind of makes sense. Even if it is a fancy restaurant that has good tips. She needs a lot of money, though, considering their way they're living. They have to kind of figure out what kind of money she's actually making with the 2 jobs, so approximately, and if it is feasible for the lifestyle. But she has to be able to pay half the expenses. And with a fancy sailboat and fancy new house on the beach, it's going to be a lot of money. So that's why I kind of went with doctor and fancy restaurant. They seem to think a
Doctor would not be working in a restaurant. Nurse, maybe. A doctor, not so much. Or completely switch out of the hospital completely to another kind of job. But then what? Yeah. What would I make her if she's, this changing the whole thing? I'm not sure what I would do. I do know it's 2:13 a.m. And if I take my medicine, the rest of it, it's going to knock me out pretty fast. And I think, Kate, you may be the only one who's really here working. And I'm not sure how much longer you planned on working. So, I did get my new prompt for the rest of my story. And that one, the words are going to be a little harder to fit into the story. So I'm not sure how I'm going to do that one yet. And I don't think I'm going to attempt it tonight. Not with my brain half functioning. I got 3 words that are really awkward, especially at the part of the story I'm at. So I'm not sure how I'm going to fit that in. Because I've been writing this prompt story from prompts with three words every day, plus the extra 21 words, which is all, all 7 days, the 3 words she puts together and makes another one. So 8 times a week, I've been writing this, part of the story using these prompts. And the 21 is really hard. I think the 3 every now. Then I have to take those 21 words and write one that makes sense, a piece of the story that makes sense with all those words. So I'm probably not going to struggle with that one tonight. Yeah. A new prompt, and I already knew words are complicated. If I looked at it and I said, oh, great, that's 3 wonderful words, I can get that right on the story and be done in that time. No, this one's going to take some thinking. So I think I need to put my thinking cap to bed before I attempt that one. And I'm kind of stuck here on the very beginning of my story. Because it's better to find out I need to change everything now than after I get everything done and then have to go change everything again. So it's better I stop now and figure out what I need to do with the story before I go any further. Because I haven't even read all the comments yet, and I'm stuck. Because I remember some of the stuff that came up in the the other beta readers' comments, and then the comments from this one, and I'm trying to think. I'm going to have to fix this section one way or the other. So I definitely have to start. But I need to know, like I said, I spent a lot of time on research today, trying to figure things out. And, can she have a set schedule? I have to figure that out. Does she work 3 12s, 4 12s? Hi, Meadow. You're still here lurking? Lurking.
Kate says I've had to do that a lot. On the one hand, I hate to lose my drafting momentum. On the other, I really don't want to waste tens of thousands of words I can't use. This is all written, but it's the comments lead me to believe that I need to change things around. But I also have to research to make sure it makes sense to do what I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I'm thinking and researching and thinking. I'm not sure where to go. Have you been writing meta or just lurking? I mean, it's better to change this at the beginning than it is to get, like I said, all the way through it and then have to go and change everything. Better to change it now. I don't think it'll impact it a lot. I hope. Shouldn't. Just a few spots here and there that I have to fix. Besides the other things I have to fix. The other stuff the beta readers commented on that I have to fix. Still got those to deal with too. Especially with the legal stuff. They made a lot of comments. It makes sense that I didn't think of when I was writing it. Just writing, and it's like, I don't think a cop would say that, or, I don't think, and I'm like, oh God, you're right. Why would cops say that? Not thinking about it, just writing my story. If I don't cut this off and go, I'm going to be up all night. No, you don't want to be up all night. You can't. You have to get up early in the morning. You need to get some sleep. And it's already 2:30 in the morning. So I think I'm going to end this now. I've been streaming for 9.5 hours. That's certainly long enough. Taking tomorrow and Wednesday off. Doing 2 days. Unless I ended up streaming, Monday. I ended up streaming pop-up at midnight. Monday night? Yeah, Monday night. So I was on the stream, and I decided to stream after Lars. She's 9 to 12. 10 to 12 p.m. 10 to 12. So I started one at 12, and I don't know how many hours I ran. Then I slept for a little bit, and mine was 7 o'clock Tuesday. So it was already technically Tuesday when I popped up at midnight. Pop up, it would be Tuesday. So then I went at 7 o'clock on my regular time. It's like, I need to take some time off. I need to get some sleep. If I don't stop this now, I'm going to keep on writing because I'm not really super sleepy yet. I have to go take my medicine and give it time to work. And I'll start falling asleep. And I don't want to fall asleep on the camera if I can help it, because I've done that a few times. Not sure what people have noticed. I do tend sometimes to doze off the most inopportune times. And then the timer goes off and scares the daylights out of me. So I think I'm going to end this now. Good night, Meadow. Good night, Kate. And if anybody else is here, good night. I'm going now. I'll be back on Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Good night, all.